Yeah, thanks for having me. Beautiful place you have here.
Oh wait.
It is.
Oh,
Well, it's not serious. Let's.
I forgot to I forgot to ask if there. Wow. Okay. So again, we've watched. We watch Club Random here at Club Virgin, and one of the things that we discuss is whether they, how they greet Bill Maher. So he got to walk with him. Now, I think this is what had happened recently. That basically these intros are really getting messed up because they just put in a pool table. So people are hovering over the pool table while they're waiting for Bill Maher. And Bill Maher likes to keep his guests waiting. So they'll sit down, they'll have a drink, and then he'll go in. But what he does, he's actually just sitting at the control room in the monitor room, watching him, seeing what they'll do. And he won't go out until they sat down so that he can walk to them. And it's like this royalty kind of, it's like walking and then they stand for him, and he feels like a royal. And ever since they got this pool table, now they got new interns there, and they're making very weird decor choices. And everything's changing up all the time, and yet they still will have a tote wrapped around a chair like that. Really tacky. There's too many boxes of Kleenexes. Okay, there's one right there, down here. But Huberman got to do the walk with him. I mean, that's Billy Idol style. So he did the whole he got to walk with Bill Maher. So here we are, Huberman walking to the seats, walking with Bill Maher.
It is.
Well, it's not serious. Let's.
And another thing too, with, as you know, with Huberman, he only wears black. He only wears black. He only wears the button down snap shirt. He only has, the absolute most perfect profile, okay, that he's making Bill blush. And Huberman has found his style, his timeless look. The ancient Levites, spoke upon individuality. And Huberman has achieved such esoteric accomplishments. And yet we still have to look at harsh white light.
Let's be real about it. And to me, that's what's great about it. I mean, this place was like a mess when I bought the house, and I was like, everybody said tear it down. I was like, no, there's something about this place, just the crooked door. Look at
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, and
How could you tear that down?
right, and I don't know. Are we allowed to say that there's a body in the bathtub?
That is not a body.
Whoa, really? Now, Marshawn Lynch went ahead and took a shit before their interview. So I guess he was going to the bathroom next to a body in the tub.
Mr. Huberman, that is.
Oh my God, that's Ashley Cummings' robot doll. Sorry, Whitney Cummings. Yeah, that's right, Ashley. You got sucked into it. She stole your horses and identity. Look at that. I thought that was Ashley Cummings, but that's actually Whitney Cummings' robot. That's what the Dabbleverse will do to you. I mean, that's a X. No, thank ya. Okay, that's a not an Ex Machina. That's a no, thank ya.
That is Whitney Cummings.
That's right.
That's her.
I recognize her.
That is. She's got quite a body, but yeah, that's a very expensive. She gifted that to me. I'm very grateful. It's a couple $100,000 to make that a doll. They can make She did it for a special. A like electronic. What's the word? Version of her. I remember going to the World's Fair and they had back in the day, Lincoln, hello, and, it was kind of like that, but this is much more realistic.
It's very realistic. I'm friends with Whitney, and
oh wow.
I've walked in and there was Whitney in this Whitney, the Whitney.
Yeah, we put her in the
2.0.
bathtub. We had her.
Now, how do you feel about men coloring their hair? They're dyeing their hair. Like, I'm not okay with this, guys. Okay, I'm not okay with you coloring your hair. If you're concerned about your hair whitening, maybe you should change your conditioner or something. Yeah. You'd be surprised what the shampoo does to your hair. It strips it. It's like, so then everyone's resorting to dyeing their hair. Stop dyeing your hair, man. You're Huberman. You're Huberman. Don't do what the normies do, or what they wish they could do. But we gotta stop with the coloring your hair. Okay, why not paint your nails? Why stop with the hair? You can.
This Whitney, the Whitney.
Yeah, we put her in the
2.0.
bathtub. We had her sitting over there, but every time I walked in the room, I was like, "Oh fuck, what? There's a person."
And Bill's got a good
It's
blend.
so accurate.
It's
Minus
so
the hair.
accurate.
There's no hair on.
Well, I mean, we're close to having sex robots, aren't we? I mean, I'm not making that. There's a movie I just saw. It's pretty good called Companion.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's interesting. It's and Megan Fox did one about sex robots. There's going to be a lot of.
So Bill Maher has as well, but he kind of has it blended in a bit. But yeah, I was using Trader Joe's conditioner and my hair turned white, blonde, like white. So I had to shave my head and never use that again. And sure enough, oh, my hair didn't turn white. People are like, "Whoa, what's happening?" Well, you're stripping your hair. So, but yeah, he's got a Whitney Cummings sex robot in the bathtub.
Trust me, Sydney Sweeney's going to be playing a sex robot at some point. I just think that's inevitable.
Whoa, what? Oh, these old timers like that. Like let her kind of. I mean, you guys remember? That girl who played on Clueless. That there's these kind of like blondes that that people idolize or what. So for whatever reason, Sweeney is on that list. I mean, yes, Alicia Silverstone. Yeah, she had like she used to mumble her words like me. She used to talk sideways. But Bill Maher, you can't be saying. Well, basically, he's saying that. What's her name? Sweeney. I don't even know these people's names. Okay. Justin Sweeney. Is it? The denim. The denim madam. She's the sex symbol of the day, and people forgot that Haktua. Everyone try to. These trends, they just go, Yeah, Sydney, yeah. So just watch Hassan. Just watch Hassan, and you don't have to worry about any of this. Asmongold and Hassan, just figure out who's going to win between the two, and really nothing else matters.
So it's pretty good, called Companion.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's interesting. It's and Megan Fox did one about sex robots. There's going to be a lot of sex. Trust me, Sydney Sweeney's going to be playing a sex robot at some point. I just think that's inevitable. But and in the movies,
Yikes.
this is of course a little bit in the future at least. The robot is indistinguishable physically from a real human, and it's just someone who is programmed to adore the person who bought her.
I know she said her, so this assumes that no one will have a male sex robot.
I think it's different in the woman's brain. I think that's why men want, the male fragile ego and everything probably wants, someone who adores them. Who doesn't really want to be adored?
I'm sure there are going to be guys out there that are going to be paid for the robot that insults them and all sorts of things. But that seems like an entirely different domain.
Yeah, those are the guys who now are having pay someone
Exactly,
to dig
Wizard.
their
Yes.
high heel into them.
It's like,
Isn't that bizarre how some of, like when those
What is
cases
that?
have been unearthed? I don't know, something about ultra powerful people. Maybe they have never been told no and they crave that. Odd.
Well,
I don't know.
This,
I don't know. We're speculating here.
On that score of people
Is that what you call it?
Men who like it in, shall we say, the reverse. Somebody once told me a story, it probably was a stripper in a club, about this guy who had a really small dick. So his way to deal with it was he wanted the women to humiliate him. And apparently that's like a thing sometimes.
Whoa.
You know, well, it's like making a virtue.
Now, did you see Huberman there when he said that? He's like, he didn't really. He's like, wait, who told you? And he was like slowly pouring. He's like, he didn't want to look up. Did Bill Maher just call him out right there? These shows do it all the time. Okay, they'll make up a scenario, but use the person's actual situation in it, just to say the scenario in front of the person, and see what happens. You know, see if they can ring that cognitive dissonant bell. And you know, so he's looking. He's like, "Wait, what? Huh? Wait."
Probably was a stripper in a club, about this guy who had a really small dick. So his way to deal with it.
And so he's not looking. He's just like, do shoo.
Was he wanted the women to humiliate him, and apparently that's like a thing sometimes.
Whoa.
You know, well, it's like making a virtue out of
whoa,
it.
that,
At least it's
never
getting
heard
attention.
of that.
Whoa.
You know,
Yeah, the AI relationships thing maybe is not as as edgy as what we're talking about now, but it does seem like it's already happening. People are having relationships with AI.
exactly, but it's
Whoa.
not physical yet.
As far as I know, I'm just hearing.
Well, it can't be. We don't have it yet.
Right. I'm guessing if it's physical, it's unilaterally physical. It seems that
You're in love with your phone. I mean, they've been doing this in Japan, and the movie Her was like almost 15 years ago.
It was like a crystal ball. Yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, that's where it was going. But there was no. Remember, in the movie, he like hires a surrogate, like an actual woman, while he's on the phone with the thing, so he can like feel like he's really having sex with the phone that he's in love with.
Whoa.
It's like taking all the functions of the human brain and compartmentalizing them into different actions and trying to interleave them. It's so bizarre.
I used to ask this in my act. Doesn't anybody just fuck anymore? I mean, is it really, are we that jaded that this?
Now, Huberman, last year or so was, a bit of was targeted by this, a little bit of a, campaign against him. It was basically like an ex-fling saying, hey, it's not fair. He's got multiple flings. And he's like, what? What are you talking about? Who cares? And she was just upset about the situation. And so then she kind of put him on blast. And then everyone's just like, he sounds pretty base to me. What's the problem? Seems a bit of a double standard if you're being concerned about that. So Bill Maher has he's sharing a little what would you call it? A little let me just play it. Tabloid here.
Anybody just fuck anymore? I mean, is
Yeah.
it really, are we that jaded that this, it just seems like people do, everybody has some crazy kink. I feel like I'm the last member of the land that time forgot. I don't do anything, I don't even fantasize about kinky shit. I don't, it's not like, ooh, I'm not fucking anybody in the ass, but I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it.
You sure about that, Bill Maher? You sure about that? Look at him. He's like, you sure? I mean, I've watched Clip Virgin, and they.
Okay, well, what can I do now? Why should we go home? We're here, we're queer, we're drunk, we got all the weed, the chicks are here, they need to make a living, they need to make a living.
Hell no.
You know you'd want to stay.
Fuck no.
So this is not the first time since Bill Maher has lost his loosh to tequila. Okay, he's not drinking tequila anymore, but just a few episodes ago, he switched it up to tequila. And ever since he was drinking tequila, he's talking gay. Dropping a bunch of gay innuendos to all of his guests, and we're making them physically uncomfortable. And Marshawn Lynch was not the only one. And here, Andrew Huberman, okay? And he is, again, there's no getting better than that, okay? Like, that is, peak male right there. So he's got the crow's feet from a little thrill within the grill, but also from the stargazing in the morning. So he's got a high T count because he's always outside lifting stones. And yeah, got the sun. So Huberman, he's making Bill blush. So he'll get into the gay innuendos, and he's been talking about sex dolls, small dicks, having sex. He can't get past this. The euphoria that he is that Huberman is casting on him. And it's what happens. Okay. Please cover your eyes if you shine so brightly. Okay. We must not get captured by your effervescence.
What used to be vanilla is now is not even on the page for it seems one thing it seems like with these different generations, we hear, like, I'm Gen X, right? I'm 50, so we hear like Gen X, Gen Z, millennials, and this sort of thing, but it does seem that there was an entire generation that was raised so deeply in these short video social media landscapes that they're almost like an experimental group, right?
Correct.
I mean, inadvertently, they're the experimental group, and nobody knows how this is going to work out. I did hear that there are data that people won't hire kids of certain generations because their inability to have generate eye contact, have a conversation, because they're just so used to staring at a little box all the time. It's wild.
And yeah, and I mean, we know how much this affects their sex life.
Oh my God.
They don't relate.
So again, Huberman is casting this, this sex spell. Like anywhere that Huberman walks, there's this, sex aura that you get captured into, and Bill is, in his rightful place. He's very comfortable within another man's aura.
On a one-to-one basis, you see video of people, or you could go to a bar and they're all looking at their phone in the bar, even though the person is sitting right across from them.
Even people out on dates.
Yeah,
It's wild. Yeah.
That's that's common sense. We've now. Could it in the future turn out? I mean, anything's possible that isn't so deleterious. I don't think so, but what we do know is it's different. Mm-hmm. You can't deny that this is a difference, not just in degree, but in kind, mm-hmm. of something that we never saw before, where we're not relating directly, where we're putting some filter between everything. Look at a concert. I watched as much as I could of the Taylor Swift concert because Nikki Glaser made me. Nikki
Glaser
she did. Well, she's a giant Taylor Swift fan. Like everybody throughout the whole concert, anytime they cut to the crowd, they're all watching through their phones.
Wild.
I mean, everybody is like this.
What is that about? Because, I mean, that image can be...
Yeah, Richard, that's a good point, too, people that are making too much eye contact, you need to be cautious of. I mean that. I have to immediately assess whether it's a friend or foe. When I see someone's retinas too much. And they're trying to tell these kids to make eye contact. No, you got to not engage with these people. They like, oh, hi, oh, hey, oh, can I pet your dog? No, you can't. Quit finding ways to approach me. No, please, let's be social, folks, okay? But quit staring at me. It's a good way to understand motives. You gotta be able to look at the eyes and facial expressions, and it's why I cover mine up. Apparently I'm covered up. Okay, I grow a beard and I'm covering my face somehow. I mean, I wish I could get a handlebar mustache thing like that when I shave. Okay, look at that. He's got. This is a Sumerian. Okay. This is why I don't watch films anymore, because they don't have these people on there. There's no TV shows except for Viking. Okay, you don't have to be so on the nose with everything. Can you just have the Viking type of people in movies again, please? Okay, they're nice to look at. But yet he's resorted to the pursuit of science. Oh, gee. Yeah. just what I need. Okay. More fields of interest. No. Perform! Dance, puppet dance. I need you to shake them hips. I need to see you in a Troy remake. Not even a remake, just I need some epics. Let my people go. Play some Moses or something. Crying out loud. Yeah, a lot of social anxiety out there. And yeah, and to it, like if you're always watching, things from your algorithm. I mean, I know in the mornings, there's a reason why I go on late at night. Okay, it allows for plenty of time for the caffeine to wear off. Okay, when I have my morning coffee, and I'm looking at my feed, and I mean my social feed. I'm hot in the comments. So, because they got me seeing all sorts of things, okay? Body camera footage, and so whenever I, just open the hatch to peek outside, every new moon, I think that there's a lot of chaos happening, because of everything I watch. But I won't be coming back up to the surface for another 2 weeks, folks. And it's getting crazy out there. It is getting crazy out there.
They could get that image after the show. I don't know what that is. I guess it's to project oneself into the onstage experience somehow, but it's
Right.
very
What do you
bizarre.
mean? You're here as the expert. What are you asking me for?
Well,
I don't tell me. This is what I want to know from you.
Well, there are some interesting.
And that's why I want you to do some cool, epic films so I can project my life on you. Okay, I need to live vicariously through your performance. Okay, I can't. Yeah, these other people are not doing it for me. They're on some weird shit. Weird, HGH kind of stuff, making themselves look like a box. Even the guy who played Jack Reacher, who's punching his neighbors, rightfully so, by the way, looks too big. Okay, I don't like this big thing. You gotta, be smaller, folks. Daniel Day-Lewis is shredded, okay? But he's not big, but he's shredded. And you'll never know that, okay? But he's really strong. This Huberman guy, very strong, okay? But he's a little bit thicker in the shoulders, but people think that this is strong. Ooh, no, you can't be scratch your neck when you're that big. So please do some cool production stuff and some films so I could pretend I'm you while I reenact in the mirror after a shower every morning. just for me and Uber, please don't reenact in front of a mirror. You actually have to cover your mirrors when you do it.
Studies. I think the one that's probably most relevant to everyone is this study that looked at people's ability to focus when their phone is off and turned over in front of them versus in their bag, turned off underneath or behind their chair.
Right.
Versus in another room, separate room.
Right.
And the interesting thing is that the ability to focus was the same essentially across those groups, but it took a lot of extra cognitive resource to work and to focus when the phone is on the table or even in a bag underneath or behind your chair.
How do they measure that?
They can measure how much, essentially how much energy people devote to focusing versus to generating new sort of creative thoughts into, flexible use of the information. And so it takes a lot more work to focus when you're.
Now, just imagine how much more mental bandwidth you would have to figure out, what to do with sinuses next, okay? Or some new thing if he just, shaved everything and then grew it out all at once. And don't touch it, okay? He's trimming, he's spending all this time trimming, he's got the thick, overly thick mustache. And so he's having to over-enunciate his words because of the big mustache. And now he's got Tom Segura thinking that he can do the same thing. So Tom Segura has this really thick mustache. So he grows out the mustache for a couple months and then shaves everything but the mustache and allows it to double up as his scruff grows out. You don't want to overdo it, folks, okay? There's a reason why it grows the way it does. It's almost like it was meant to do this naturally, okay? It falls on the base underneath it. So you don't have to, doing this, it makes it stubbier and thicker and poofier. And then you get to braid it soon. Okay, I'm going to do a big old braid. No, please. I'm already getting kicked out of places. They think that I'm some kind of homeless guy or something. So I will never shave. Okay, if I ever shave, that means Jim Carrey swapped out my body.
Your phone is in the room. That's just the simple takeaway. So when the phone's out of the room, you see what looks like a boost in cognitive performance.
Jen, no,
it's actually just getting people to baseline. And this is something that reminds me of, David Goggins, the guy's former Navy SEAL. He's always running around and, shouting and this kind of thing. And he's a super high performer in the physical domain, who's now actually studying to become a paramedic. And he said it perfectly. He said, it's never been easier nowadays to outperform your peers. But it's mostly a function now of what you don't do, right? Just putting your...
Well, yeah, but it doesn't... You can outperform your peers all you want, but that's why they have protected classes now. So as much as you can outperform some fat lesbian for paramedics or the fire department because of DEI, she's going to get it. So it's not based on merit alone. It's not based on who's best for the job. It's based on what's sociably considered fair for that moment. And then what ends up happening is that it puts a lot of people in jeopardy, thinking that it actually is helping people and advancing progress or advancing humanity. But please, go out and pursue those things, and then if you pass all the physical tests and everything, then cool, then do it. Then you got it. But not if, And again, that's why the entertainment industry has gone downhill, because they had to adopt DEI hiring in all their productions and storylines. Anything that wanted to be accepted in the Oscars had to follow certain DEI criterion. Like they had to do 3 of the 5 items that they require. So, and look, it's one of the worst Oscar ratings. No one watches movies, that much anymore. Yeah. Could it have something to do with that, and something to do with Huberman not being on film? But here's what would happen instead. They would put him on Bachelor. Okay? No, don't put him on Bachelor. Okay? They put random people on TV and film, so put him up there, train him a little bit. You could do bring back because I'm sure he was going to want to keep it light, or keep it, the Greek epics kind of stuff. No whimsical kind of mythology thing for him, but more, the ancient Greeks kind of stuff. Or could do bring back rom-coms. He'd be good with some rom-coms.
Your phone away gives you what looks like a cognitive boost, but it just puts you on par with all the generations before you that didn't have phones in the room, right? So, to succeed now as a young person, it's much harder unless you're able to abstain from interactions with short form video mostly, and the phone generally.
So speaking of outperforming your peers, I'm always interested in why something wins. I mean, and that's like, take Mr. Jesus Christ. I mean, there was many religions that were prevalent besides the old Greco-Roman religions, which were kind of dying out at his time in the Mediterranean. It wasn't just Christianity. Why did that one win? Why did MySpace go away? And Facebook,
Is MySpace the Heaven's Gate of cult religion? Now I'm really dating myself. Heaven's Gate, I think it was a cult. I think they castrated themselves, shaved their heads, and wore
the Heaven's
Converse.
Gate cult.
The Heaven's Gate cult.
Right.
Right. That was sort of the MySpace of cults. It's self-destructed.
Well, in the occult world, that's when you win, is when you kill yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
But
Branch
I was going to say,
Jamestown. Yeah.
The field of medical advice, so crowded. What is your own assessment of why you became prima inter pares in this field? What is it? Now, I think you're great, so I'm not going to prejudice the jury. I mean, I listen to you, and I feel like it's great information delivered in a way I can understand. But what is your thing? Because this is a very, very crowded field. I mean, half this country is too poor to be able to even worry about their health and what they eat, and the other half are fucking paranoids. Maybe that's because I live in L.A.
No, I
we're just doing fucking cold plunges, and they're tanning their asshole. Remember that one? Tucker Carlson, wasn't he tanning his asshole?
Was he?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
There was taint tanning, like he was saying. I'm pretty sure it was Tucker Carlson, who was like, "Yes, you gotta get sunlight on your taint." You didn't remember? You didn't say
I remember that fad. I didn't realize Tucker was associated with that.
I
think of him now as the nicotine guy. He's really bullish on nicotine, which we can also talk about.
And hating Jews. It's tanning your taint or hating Jews. This guy is, I'm telling you, a little all over the map.
He's definitely taken a turn in.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
He's taken a turn for sure. The
But really, why you?
Yeah. So, well,
Why you?
Well, thanks for the kind words. I'll say, some of it was a matter of circumstance. We launched the podcast during the pandemic, and there was a lot of discussion about vaccines, right? And that's obviously where the major debate was, besides the lockdown issue.
Yep.
And I decided at the time, in part because Stanford had a very strict rule that we weren't supposed to talk about vaccines publicly, because early in the pandemic, if you recall, there were like documents, like Word documents circulating on the internet, people claiming to be affiliated with certain universities and having protocols for dealing with COVID. And, universities, including Stanford, said, listen, we need virologists and public health experts to talk about this or no one else. So on the podcast, I chose to talk about all the things that were universal: how to manage your sleep, how to keep your anxiety down.
All right, so they were told to not talk about it. Okay, I'm done. That's all I needed to know. So we can pretty much count on not trusting the medical industry, if you haven't already gotten there. A lot of people say once you start going to the hospital, you only get sick once you start going to the hospital. You go in for one thing and then they start putting you on a schedule for other things.
During the lockdowns as best you could, how to maintain some level of physical fitness if you couldn't, leave your house. And then I just started teaching, and I think in large part it was because I wasn't selling a book, I didn't have a podcast, I was just giving away information. I will say also, if you look at a lot, not all, but a lot of the top podcasters, including yourself, including Rogan, Lex Friedman, and there are others, Jocko Willink, for instance, most of them did something else very well first. They were credentialed someplace else, right? Lex is, most people don't realize this, Lex is a PhD, right? He's very versed in computer science and artificial intelligence and these kinds of things.
No, everyone knows that because he says it every single time, okay? But we choose to block that out because of his poems that he does, okay? That's about as cringe as my dance party warm-ups, okay? Now, I get to do that because I don't have any outside credentials, any affiliations or associations that I'll embarrass by dancing. I'm fresh, and we just choose to not partake in the Lex Friedman freak-offs that he has with his guests. He has to write songs about them and have this very passionate, pontificated essay about it, and it gives me the ick. But not Huberman. No. I get that warm feeling. Hit play.
Joe obviously had a prior career. You had a prior career, very successful, in addition to the other things you're doing. I was running a lab at Stanford up until a few years ago. Now I still teach at Stanford, but I shut my lab down because of the podcast. So what you find is that often the most successful podcasts are from people that, sure, entered the field at a certain time, and there were fewer people in the podcast game then, but who also were very fluent in a particular subject and were ready to bring that to the world. So it wasn't like, I want to be a podcaster. It was, I love science, I love learning and teaching, I have an interest in health, I have a long-standing interest in...
I want to be a streamer. I'm streaming, okay? Podcasting is done and over with, folks, okay? That's like stand-up comedy to a TikToker, okay? You don't need to do stand-up comedy anymore. You got TikTok. You got YouTube Shorts, but people are trying to hone in their tight 20. So yeah, Wizard, that was from something that you had mentioned a couple of streams ago. It's like the funniest people are the ones that are online doing this. I'm hilarious. Okay, you guys, yeah. In my early episodes, I really went for it sometimes, a little too far. But you're not gonna find funny people on stage, okay? No such thing. And they're not going to be all that creative, okay? So you want the creatives, and the creatives, yeah. Take a look at Kyle Dunnigan's show and tell me that he should be doing just stand-up, okay? No, you want creatives being able to use tools and you know, partake in certain frameworks and industries to reshape it. Okay, so Kyle Dunnigan is reshaping things over there at the show. And I get a sense that podcasting is kind of on its way out, and it's more, these really great essay videos like from Hidden Unveiled or what's it called? Unveiled, Hidden America, and Mind Unveiled. So you got that, and then streaming. Streaming is, I'm late to the game, folks, with the streaming thing, but apparently it's YouTube is might be for the first time like where it's at for the streamers now. So get on there, folks, if you want to participate in the Hunger Games. Become a streamer. But one day I'll be an editor again. No, editing was just, I did on the side. And as a fan, okay, I just started editing stuff from shows I would watch, but on stage, these are just, the people are only big because of the podcasts, because of what they're doing online. So these preservers of these old industries, they need to evolve or die. No, not everything that is new is better.
In health and fitness, in addition to my neuroscience background. So I'm going to talk about all of that. And I think the connections that one has, like your colleagues, like the people that I bring on my podcast are, I'm honored to say, and so privileged to have the opportunity. These are the top neurosurgeon, chair of neurosurgery at UCSF, Eddie Chang, Robert Malenka, the expert in dopamine, Anna Lemke, the expert in addiction medicine, Sean Mackey, the expert in pain medicine, and on and on. And, we include other people, creatives, David Cho, Rick Rubin, et cetera. But to be able to put those people in front of the world was
Okay, but David Cho was chilling with Val Kilmer before he died. And he went on Rogan talking about him hanging out with this indigenous tribe eating stuff. Like probably doing some cannibal stuff. But I don't think he actually said it was people, but definitely the animals. So he went to the episode with a red face. It's like, after I saw the episode, I did that the next day to pick up a latte at Starbucks. They didn't even say anything. They wouldn't make eye contact with me. I'm like, look at me. What must I do for you to glance in my direction? They just always look down. No, I can't wait for the robots for there to be like robot coffee shops. Same thing with Trader Joe's. I don't want to talk to you. I got so much to do. Okay. It's not that I don't want to talk to you. Okay. I would talk to you in any other scenario. But I just got done looking through your aisles and putting food in and out of my basket and having to swap it off for a shopping cart because I'm getting all mind MK Ultra from all the advertising that you don't do in your store. So then I just consume more because I know I'm getting a deal because you're not paying advertisers. Okay. And then they want to talk and it's like and then I got to bag it myself. This is after working. It's like then you just happen to forget your bag. Oh man. But Huberman, he would be able to carry all my bags back. I got a wagon. And actually sit in there with my groceries because I can fit. I'm 4'5" in my mind, but I'm really only 4'3". And I flip the handle around and I hold on to it and have my 5 dogs, kind of like doing a sled dog race. I have them tied up and I go back to my bunker. I get enough for a week and a half. And I almost got 2 weeks, but I don't have the space for 2 weeks worth of with the frozen mangoes. Okay. So you're a dwarf? No, I'm a little people. But I'm big in my mind. So you have to understand, everything's big to me. So I don't see myself as small. I see the world as big. And it's only when somebody big looks at me that I am then reminded that I'm only 4'3". So I write poems about it, and a couple songs, and then during this really dark time in my life, I had a dream that would actually be 4-5. And it was like I was there, just 2 inches higher. So I knew from that moment that one day I will be 4-5. It's just 2 more inches. Okay, I'm 4'3". I'm nearly there, and I can do it. I can do it through the power of logos. Okay, that is the spoken word changing reality, like a Huberman and his sex aura.
Not really happening before. The only person who had really done it before was Charlie Rose, and he had taken a pretty swift exit in the previous years. I never met him, but that's where you saw the neuroscience series.
He was great at neuroscience, bad at coming out of the bedroom with a bathrobe on.
I don't know what the circumstances were.
Oh, that's what it was.
Okay.
Coming out of the bedroom with a bathrobe on.
Well, so I think that was it, and then I think I like to think it's also because I do the things I talk about, right? I get morning sunlight. I've long been interested in resistance training, and I believe, of course, in modern medicine. But I also believe that lifestyle factors and the things we can control fundamentally shape how healthy or unhealthy we are and how many medications we need or don't need.
Look, about 2003, I switched from Western medicine. Not that I abandoned it, because of course Western medicine is wonderful in many ways.
Sure.
But but to a much more holistic approach, meaning preventative. And I feel like I got with a doctor I respect very much, who I think knows a great deal. We don't agree on everything. And of course, you also need an MD. But I feel like until that point in my life,
That's midget and dwarf.
I did not really understand how the body worked. I read different books. I don't want to go through the whole holistic Bible, but they more are of the notion that there is really only one disease, which is cellular destruction. And it has 2 main causes. One is deficiency of nutrients, and the other is toxicity getting into the cell. And we label things a million ways. There's a million names for many diseases, but it all comes down to not just all that, because I think genetics is really important.
Yeah, some people who have Huntington's, for instance, they could be doing everything right and still be eventually get seriously ill. Although doing as many things as possible right in terms of lifestyle will greatly extend their lifespan and health span. There's no question.
But do you subscribe, would you say that is your overarching theory also, that it's all about the cells, winning the battle on the molecular level, and our cells? I mean, there's so much in society that is, fatigue, like chronic fatigue, these kind of things, and irritable bowel syndrome, and even allergies, maybe even asthma. Just this stuff that says it's because we're not treating our cells right. They're getting too much toxicity, and they are deprived of nutrients because what they're being given is processed food, sugar, corn, fungus. Love to get into fungus with you. I'm a big fungus.
Now you can see here too that Huberman hasn't moved. Okay, Jerry O'Connell moving around like crazy. He was sliding off the seat. He was sitting up, getting in Bill Maher's face, talking about how his family beats him up whenever he mentions how cool Trump is. And it's like, Huberman hasn't moved. And look at that profile there. Okay, he needs to be like he can play a bad guy, little, mariachi bad guy. But yeah, the wizard's saying it's all about the parasites. So you got to get rid of the parasites, you get rid of the toxicity. Yeah, they're shitting and pissing in your body.
Person,
We
which
talk
ne-
about psilocybin.
which never, no, not that kind of, but that's fungus too. And I used to do it. But no, just how harmful fungus is and how much we always go to germ theory. It's always the bacteria. And sometimes it's the fungus. I mean, fungus is everywhere.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so I absolutely subscribe to the idea that when cells get sick, organs get sick. When organs get sick, you get systemic breakdown eventually. I think that when you talk about toxicity, I think it's very clear that you can have, for instance, toxicity from too many calories, but this is
Affluent malnutrition.
That's right.
They call it.
Too many calories, but not enough micronutrients, perhaps, right?
Let me see if I can close some tabs here so I can get some bit right. Oh man, I didn't want to close that one. Oh my gosh, I'm closing so many good ones. But I'm getting a little bit of a lag here. Oh my gosh, look at all the ones I'm closing. I saved these for so long, thinking that I would get back to them. Oh, Jamie Foxx. That image is no longer found. The one with Bill Clinton and Hawkins, Stephen Hawkins. Oh man. All right, so we gotta leave Quascolado out there. All right. All right. Hopefully that helps with the lag. Sorry guys, I'm just seemed like it was lagging a bit there. I'm having some drop frames here. No, I'm good. All right, here we go.
Right. Or just too many calories, energy load toxicity.
And when you don't get the right nutrients, even though you're eating more food, your body is still asking for those nutrients.
That's
which
right.
is why you get fat, because you're eating more food, but you're not getting what the body needs, so it wants more.
I think that there are many things that are making Americans and others sick, including lack of physical exercise and so on. But I think at least two of the important ones that aren't discussed enough are being divorced from our natural circadian schedule. So you want bright days. We've talked about this before, but I'll just briefly reiterate. Bright days, meaning sunlight in the morning, bright days.
So this is his, circadian rhythm mantra. Okay, this is him doing his top material. Metzger, on the other hand, would be repeating stuff the whole time. Okay. But here we are. Huberman with the circadian rhythms.
As best you can, getting sunlight through a window. There's a recent study showing that if you work near a window, it actually can help with blood glucose management. And dark nights. And, for some people, going to bed late and waking up later is best for them. For other people, waking up early and going to bed earlier is best for them. People have to figure out what's ideal for them.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Oh, absolutely.
Because there are some hardcore people who insist that the healing only happens between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m.
No, that's nonsense.
Thank you.
That's nonsense.
Thank you, sir.
There are,
because 2 p.m., 2 a.m. is when I'm just getting to sleep.
Okay, so you're a night owl. And there are what we call chronotypes, and some people do best on a late to bed, late waking up schedule. And nonetheless, getting bright light, ideally from sunlight in your eyes in the first hour after waking.
I listen to you on that, and the first thing I do is go over to the window, and it's always like, oh, I feel like a vampire, because but I force myself
Great.
to, open my eyes to that.
Great.
And also I'm very, very aware that light in the eye at night, it's the worst thing for you. It wakes up the pineal gland, right? This podcast is sponsored by Squarespace.
Any opportunity you can get to say something close to penis, he will. Wizard saying you're 4 weeks into quitting cold turkey. Wow, congrats. I could tell you've been nice with your compliments. When he's off the sauce, he's complimentary, and when he's on it, he's hitting the capital letters. Caps lock or compliment. But yeah, it seems like the parasite thing is a big deal. And sunlight is important. Looking through the chat here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, getting some sunlight.
Melatonin, which makes you sleepy and makes you fall asleep. Light inhibits melatonin.
Right.
Light reaching the eyes specifically.
Not been approved by the Food and Prevent any disease.
Yeah, so your pineal gland makes melatonin, which makes you sleepy and makes you fall asleep. Light inhibits melatonin.
Right.
Light reaching the eyes specifically. I should point out that it's clear that some people can tolerate screen light and fall asleep with no problem. But what bright light does in the morning is it increases cortisol, which we know is a stress hormone. But in the morning, you want your cortisol high. This is the foundation of health, to have your morning cortisol high, yes, high, and then to have it taper off into the afternoon and evening. This is true for men, for women, perimenopausal, menopausal, pregnant women, kids, everybody. It's called the healthy cortisol curve. And if that curve flattens, meaning if it's not a big enough peak in your morning, whatever time that happens to be, and if you have too much cortisol in the evening, you're going to have problems with sleep. You're also going to have problems with blood sugar regulation because cortisol has been labeled a stress hormone, but we need to think about cortisol as a glucose, as an energy mobilizing hormone. So it turns out that even if you can sleep just fine after being around a bunch of bright lights at night, it will elevate your morning blood glucose. Now, is that going to make you pre-diabetic or diabetic? Over time, it actually might.
Really?
But kids nowadays, they've done a beautiful experiment where they had kids sleep in a room with 100 lux, that's very dim, 100 lux light overhead, eyes closed, and they saw significantly elevated morning blood glucose levels. So dimming the lights at night is important. Now, there's a lot's been said about blue light, and for some people wearing blue blockers can be helpful, et cetera, but just dimming the lights. This environment that we're in here is actually quite dim. It's bright enough for us to see each other, but this environment is not nearly bright enough for the morning, what we need in the morning to spike cortisol, which is what we want, but it's plenty bright to spike cortisol at, say, an hour before sleep. So just in the first hour, make the first hour of your day as bright as possible, ideally from sunlight. Make the last hour of your day as dim or as dark as safely you can.
I do start to lower the lights, but, there's only so much you can do.
Sure.
But when I go to bed, I cover up all these little things. Everything in fucking America now has to have a little fucking stupid light that you don't need. I cover them all, like with like washcloths. I'll put things all over the.
I
really
bring duct tape and I'll cover little
exactly.
bits or get a great a soft eye mask is one of the best investments.
I don't like that because I feel it and it's onerous, but I have blackout curtains. No, when I go to sleep at night, it is as black as Stephen Miller's heart. It is black in there. I'm telling you, when I open my eyes or close them, I see the same thing.
Great.
That's dark.
Great.
You know what's stupid? and I don't mean to knock this product. I'm wearing it right now. These rings that I'm sure you're very into.
I wear a Whoop band, or I measure my sleep with an 8 Sleep, the cooling mattress.
Okay, well, this is the same idea, and I've just started it up.
And it blinks.
I had to, you know what I did? And by the way, I was
That's why I don't wear one of those. That's why I measure my sleep with my...
I figured it out, and I'm gonna give you, here's a life hack, you life fucking hackers. Okay, so yes, it blinks at night. It's supposed to be about your health, and it does the one thing you're not supposed to do, which is have light on when you're sleeping. Bright green light or yellow light. Okay, so what I did was I took a black surgical glove. You know, like those thin rubber gloves. We gave out a zillion of them during COVID, and now they're polluting the entire country and world. So great on that one. But I just cut off a little piece of it, and I put it on as a fucking Oura Ring cozy at night, and then it blocks it off. So there's your life hack for all the people who wrote in like I did and said, this is so silly. We're trying to do our health here.
I know. So I think the emergent theme in our conversation already today is technologies that we use to improve convenience or improve our health inevitably have some sort of side effects that we...
Well, Wizard, you're saying that you had you developed a sore throat from some weed you got, and you said it's been about 4 weeks or whatever. Yep. Yeah, it's wild how everything doesn't seem like it's good quality anymore.
Run up against.
Everything does.
Yeah, it's true. So this is wild. So the long wavelength light, red light, infrared light, etc., that's the heat from the sun that you feel. It's part of that heat that you said. That long wavelength light is not the light that burns your skin. It's not the wavelength of light. And it was present.
Yeah, and I agree with you with Wizard with the interior lights in the vehicles too. All the older vehicles had nice soft lighting. Oh man, I had this 85, was that 85, 86 Cutlass Supreme Brome. Oh man, it had like dark suede interior, and it had these amber lights in there. It was so, low light. And then you had the Mexican little puffy balls that go around the edge of the car. But now everything's so bright. I mean, so bright and harsh, and then the headlights are really, it's that white light. It's got to be like the sun, and not after Bill Gates sprayed it to try and dim it when it's nice and low to the horizon.
In incandescent bulbs. So incandescents are, even if you see a white incandescent bulb, it's got short wavelengths, so it's got blue, it's got...
Yeah, like incandescent light, like that shitty lamp on Bill Maher's table.
Green, it's got yellows all the way out to red, and in some cases even infrared. That infrared and red, we'll just call it long wavelengths. Believe it or not, beautiful data on this from Glenn Jeffrey's lab, University College London. It can go into and through your body, and it actually helps, this is a loose term as I'm using it, charge your mitochondria. The mitochondria, there's water in the area, and the water absorbs the red light. If you've ever gone swimming, you've gone down, snorkeling or something below a certain depth, you lose the reds, okay, because the reds get absorbed.
Huh.
So your mitochondria function better, you increase ATP production, your metabolism increases in the presence of long wavelength light to the skin. This study has been done. Shine long wavelength light on somebody, watch blood glucose levels in a blood glucose test, and it's blunted. Now, the LED lights that are commonly used now, or most everywhere, they are truncated so that it's all short wavelength and medium wavelength light. And that short wavelength light, in the absence of long wavelength light, has been shown to damage the mitochondria. There's a kind of a niche group online, different from the butthole sunners.
Oh God. Okay, so yeah, so you're saying that the LED lights are actually shortwave that are damaging.
So that are very bullish about this idea that the switch from incandescents to LEDs, and not just screens, but general lighting, is causing disruptions in mitochondrial function. This used to be considered crazy. This was like chemtrail crazy, right? But now we're starting to see from animal studies and human studies from Glenn Jeffrey and others that people's vision gets better when they get in front of an incandescent bulb once a day. If they get sunlight, which also has long wavelength light, your vision improves because of improvements in mitochondria. You can, again, better blood glucose regulation. This study just came out. Eating near a window or working near a window improves blood glucose regulation. So, I'm not paranoid. I have LEDs in my home, right? But if you can get outside and get some long wavelength light from the sun without getting a burn, that's the trick, right?
I do it every day.
You don't watch too much UV. Yeah,
right.
And you look extremely healthy. I'm not just saying that. I'm up close, so I'd be in a position to gauge, right?
Oh, finish your thought.
Well, it's absolutely true that
I owe it all to clean living.
Right. So I don't want to say that short wavelength light is poison. That's not quite right. It's short wavelength light in the absence of long wavelength light. And if you had asked me about this, 8-10 years ago, I'd say, my colleagues in the sleep lab at Stanford, one of the preeminent sleep labs in the world, they're really big on morning sunlight, afternoon sunlight. That's actually where I learned it from the sleep biologists at Stanford first. But you start to look at our environment is becoming very short wavelength rich, long wavelength diminished. We're having darker mornings, people straight onto the phone. In the evening, it's too bright. And then we could make it general.
Yeah, Wizards point out here too that they've, during COVID, switched out you're saying that they're sneaking in purple street lights. They wear black lights, and they're going to be vaccine compliant checkpoints. Wow, I didn't hear that part, but I'd seen a lot of the nice, warm, soft, warm street lights being swapped out with those long tube lights, really harsh white or blue light. It completely, like, if you're out walking at night, which I do all the time, every night, looking for a Huberman, but it completely destroys your night vision, whereas the soft yellow light maintains it. And I hate it. I didn't agree with this. I don't like my environment changing on me. Because the veins would glow under the black light if they were vaxxed. Yeah, I did hear something about that. Yep. That's wild. Let's bring it back here.
Generational and say this younger generation that seems to really be struggling. Let's set aside the content they're looking at, right? Just what's actually on those screens. It may be that we've made them sick. And so while I am a fan of modern medicine,
itself.
What's that?
It's the light itself, is what you're saying.
I'm saying it's the light itself and the timing of light.
It's such an important message that it's not just the fact that it's a bunch of stupid TikToks.
Well, it's that.
Well, it's that too, and it's also the EMF waves from the Wi-Fi router and the whatever kind of uh, yeah, waves come off of the device itself too as they're using it. Pick up a book, read a book.
Too.
That are poisoning your mind. It's the light itself. Even if it was transmitting the smartest, wisest messages throughout history, the light itself.
The light itself.
It's just not natural.
That's right. And incandescent bulbs and firelight and candlelight, all of these things were very healthy for us. And I actually think it's hard now to get incandescents. There's some people think it's illegal. They're just
Yeah, it is hard to get it. And then if you do get some, they are a modern version of it's like a nostalgic way of getting one. Hey, you want a nice, like those old-fashioned soft lights that didn't hurt your eyes? Well, here, you can get one that kind of looks like that, but it's kind of hip. And they're telling us poison is medicine. They're telling us medicine is poison. And they are poisoning us with their lights.
very hard to get. They are less energy efficient than LEDs.
Yes.
But when you talk about going to the hotel and everything's like this bright, intense blue, when was the last time someone had to change an LED bulb? You never have to do that, right? So it's like idiot proof and it's, power efficient, but there's always a cost on the back end.
There's always.
And you mentioned TikTok, but as much as I'm a fan of Instagram, I teach on Instagram and YouTube, they've really migrated towards shorter content. They promote 3-minute or shorter reels on Instagram. They tell you if it's longer than that, it's not going to get shared as broadly. I mean, all of the platforms have shifted towards shorter video. At the same time, longer audio is still on the rise.
I've said this many times. I don't understand the American.
Is still on the rise.
Huberman, what you doing? Can't tell me that wasn't on purpose. He couldn't help himself, huh? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, the hand.
I've said this many times. I don't understand the American public. Their attention span seems to be 8 seconds or 3 hours. If I do a podcast that's less than 90 minutes, they feel very cheated. And yet, what you're talking about, that seems also prevalent in our culture, that people have no attention span at all. And you got to get it in there in 2 minutes or less, or just.
Well, no, it's the format. It's the portrait mode. It's swiping through it. Whereas, YouTube, you can click on it. You're ready to watch a little bit more longer form content. It's okay, Bill Maher, that not everything's got to be the one thing. There can be multiple things. Okay, he's like, what is it with these? I don't understand the general public. Yeah, it's because you're out of touch. What are you? You're not even a boomer. You're a pre-boomer. Now in the clip version universe, we can get into. Actually, I've been going more 3 to 4 hours. Okay, those 8-hour. Yeah, we had a really doozy. The other one, 7-hour stream with Mind Unveiled, really good one, and it flew by. 7 hours flies by, folks. Yeah, I hope you keep this on in the background while you hang out at the house and replay it during the day while you're working. I can keep it going all day, okay? Yeah, I provide the audio frequency of life.
Just forget about it.
It's wild.
What do you make of that? Is that a generational thing?
I think it's a fundamental difference between the auditory system and the visual system, where the visual system.
He's getting contact high. He's like, whoa. He's like, I think it's the visual system, and it's far out, man. Whoa. Bill Maher's getting him contact high, talking about frequencies.
Can tolerate a lot of fast updating, but
Right.
if you had to hear something different every 90 seconds or every 3 minutes even, it would be chaotic. It's just like, this is crazy.
That's interesting.
This is crazy. I mean, that's like
Right.
shorter than a Ramones song.
That's
Like it's
how
like
we're taking it in.
exactly.
It's
Exactly.
right visually, because
He
we're so
tries
used
to be hip.
movies for I don't know how many decades now, quick cutting, and just they can subliminal advertising. Remember when that was a thing?
Oh yeah.
It would be.
Oh, he
you
liked
wouldn't
that
even
one.
notice. The controversy was they put a skull and crossbones subliminally into cigarette ads, because the theory was people really want to die.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am absolutely serious.
Whoa.
Like they subliminally put a skull and crossbones in there.
Whoa.
There was
I would have thought they would have done the opposite.
right. No,
You know, put it like a beating heart. There's like a robust
No.
beating heart, or
No. That's how evil
nude,
they are.
Nude woman or something like that.
no, that's how fucked up we are. But
Wow.
when you said like a few years ago, it was like chemtrail level conspiracy theory. That's why I get a little nervous when people say, "Oh, the ultimate expert in." I'm sure they are,
Sure.
but you know what? Science, there's no final answer.
Well, yeah. And Andrew just is proving Bill Maher's point right here, where he was told by his neuroscience boss, the hospital that he was working at, or the think tank. I mean, who was telling him that he couldn't talk about COVID? I think he was working at a hospital at the time or something. So just because they're an expert doesn't mean that they're not inhibited from speaking the truth. And actually, they might be prone to more lies than truth if they're connected to some kind of institution like that. So they're not, their big motto is that you don't pay me to think. Okay. They don't need thinkers, they just need doers. So I'm thinking all the time. Okay? If I'm not thinking, you ain't human. You're just a robot. But I get all max headroom when I live stream, because it's all streaming consciousness. I don't even think for 1 second. Okay, the words just pour out of me. Eventually, sometimes it takes a minute, but But please stop thinking all the time.
Sir, I mean, there are,
Sure.
but it takes time, like evolution. When it first came out, people didn't just sign on. It
Right.
had to go through the testing period. Okay, we're past that. And we're past that with global warming too.
I was thinking about Tucker would argue different,
Yes,
right?
okay, we're past that.
Right.
We can argue about what to do about it, but we're past the, humans aren't causing it. Yes, they are, and, maybe that's whatever, But, this idea.
Well, it's interesting. It seems like there's bipartisan support for the idea that we're contaminating water sources and food sources. I guess more closely to what you just raised, it's beyond me why artificial lighting environments might be damaging us in some way, and certain medications like antibiotics can be beneficial. Like we are living in the land, with respect to health, we do seem to be living in the land of whatever expert, certainly is not how I try and pitch things, but whatever expert is speaking to us seems to think that the things they're talking about are the only things that are important. Like, I'm not saying it's only light. I'm saying light is foundational. Circadian biology is foundational. Cortisol rhythms are foundational. Nutrients and food, not excess calories, getting enough micronutrients. But when you look online, what you find is that the people couch themselves as it's all sunlight or
Right.
it's all food. And I think
Right.
this is what's really damaged the Maha movement, frankly, because I think most people across the board would say,
Well, I actually would say that people's occupation has a way more of an effect on their health and what they're able to do than anything. So if you work in the office all day and you don't get to have a window, then you're gonna die. So enjoy your 2 weeks vacation every year, but you're gonna die before the rest of us, being all cramped up in that stuffy room and having to talk to Steve in the corner every time you walk by to refill your coffee. But if you're outside, you have some anonymity, bit of agency over your life, and you can go inside when needed or go outside when needed. Now, people talk about getting sunburnt, okay? The sun, okay? Well, people who get sunburnt are the ones who are not listening to their bodies. They are out in the sun without shade, not even protection like sunscreen, but just, let's say, going to shade, either because they're out walking around enjoying themselves, or at the beach, or they're working outside and they get burnt. But if you have a choice in the matter, you more likely will not burn yourself, okay? Your body will tell you when you've had enough. Now, the other thing is, if you start from springtime and build a base, by the time summer rolls around, you're not going to get sunburnt. Okay? Your body will have natural immunity, and you don't need sunscreen or anything like that. You just need to be in the sun. The sun puts a natural screen on you. That's your solar body. And you don't need sunscreen. It's actually bad for you. And it's bad to block out the sun. So, but it requires a lifestyle. Okay, you can't just go to Mexico spring break and expect to not get sunburnt. Okay, so once it's part of your lifestyle, you'll know what it is to be human. Okay, and know what it is to live on the earth. And we're not meant to be in these vehicles in a seated position hovering over pavement at 75 miles an hour. We're meant to walk, sit, stand, and run, and climb, and lift. But people want to sit, and while they go to their office where they have to sit, and they only stand to go to the bathroom where they sit. And then they stand to go to eat where they sit down to eat. So you gotta go run, walk, be out in the sun, and then lay down. You're not meant to be seating. So seated, satire. What do you guys think you are? Kings? You just sit in these thrones? Okay? No. Get your hands dirty.
Okay, getting food additives out and reducing processed foods, surely that's a great thing. But then the vaccine debate, for instance. Actually, I have an update on the vaccine piece that I spoke to NIH director today to get you an update.
Oh, nice, Wizard. Yeah, you got some... You're doing the sun too? Okay, yeah. I mean, those who know. All right. You get charged up by the sun. It gives you energy. And but the powers that be, don't want you knowing this, because what ends up happening is that you don't consume as much. Okay, when you're out in the sun, you're getting energy. You don't need to be sitting at McDonald's eating 20% human carcasses. So the sun gives you energy, then that energy gives you more energy to do things, and it's this really great feedback loop. It's this perpetual, motion machine. There's a locomotion when you sync sun and breath and motion, stillness. All right, I'm getting ready for the summer. Ooh, summertime. That's when Clip Virgin shines. Okay, I like to be the sun. Get done stunned. I mean, that gets me in this singing the soul. I'm not into those road, what do they call them? The road traveling songs or something. I like the soul. Sitting. And I'm mad, boy. No, please. Let's get back on track here. But Oh, I just had summer on the mind there for a moment. Sorry, folks. I was remembering what the heat of the sun does to the body, and I started. Woo.
Because last time when I was on your show, we talked about it, and it's about these mRNA vaccines.
Oh, yeah.
Because I said, and I still think, that to cancel the research for mRNA vaccines for cancer would be utterly foolish. I think that's a 3-neuron decision.
Agreed.
Okay, so I talked to Jay, and he assured me.
Jay Bhattacharya.
Jay Bhattacharya, director of NIH, and actually currently also director of CDC.
Let's give people some background. Who during COVID, and I was one of the people who took a lot of shit during COVID. I feel very vindicated, by the way. But and I'm sure not nearly as much as the people who are in charge of health now. And Jay Bhattacharya was one of those people who was thrown off Twitter or wherever because,
Yeah, Lulu. Even Andrew here said that it doesn't necessarily have to be the morning light. It doesn't have to be the Luciferian light. Just as long as you're getting light within the first hour when you wake up. So because he said that even if you're a late owl and you're on a kind of a different schedule, just as long as you get sun when you wake up in that first hour, then you're good. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the morning sun, but it does help if you're on a regular schedule to get morning sun. But there is something to being able to looking at the sun. I look at the sun. That's why I wear these glasses. Okay, I only see infrared at the end of the day because of how long I stare at the sun. And but again, I don't wear sunglasses outside at all. I want all the sunlight on my eyes. I'm just using these for the screen. Okay, and I've said ever since I started the stream is for my circadian rhythms, and that's from a little bit of Andrew Huberman's knowledge. Huberman, but I call him Huberman. And just like Jaron dreaded guy talking about opting out of social media and behavioral modification, I parlayed that into opting out of the vaccine too. I'm like, yeah, actually there needs to be people who don't take this so we can figure out, I can't be taking this and then if I get sick, I'm just going to associate everything to that. So I need to know if I get sick during this time, if it's from that or from this supposed COVID thing that's floating around. Yeah, control group, exactly. So, but the sun gazing, always when it's eye level, whenever up to a certain point. So up to a certain point, but then if you have to look, if it's above, basically above your crown, you shouldn't be looking at it. It's too bright. But then, if you're looking at it, and it's, from your forehead and out, then that's really healthy. Black hole sun, won't you come and take away the pain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? You start staring at the sun, you see that outline, you're like, yeah, it's working. And I hear, black hole sun, won't you come? Take away or wash away the rain. I need to black out the sun. It does something. So do blue skies. Okay, blue skies. Blue is very calming. And that's why they wanted to do away with blue skies. It's a whiteout. Okay, harsh white light makes you squint all the time. It's triggering, all your, reptilian, angry kind of, you make the same face when you're angry when you're squinting at the harsh white light from these hazy days dimming the sun. But if you have nice blue skies, oh, it's so nice. And I don't want to beat up my neighbor. Move your garbage, dude. Yeah. But nice blue day, blue skies. I'm like, here, I got it this time. It's okay, Steve. I'll clean up all the trash of yours that blew into my yard. It's okay. But if I see lines in the sky, I don't want to see Steve, because I've had to pick up his trash all week. So sorry, you can't get mad at me. That'd be gaslighting me, because I'm only mad because of the harsh white light, because my blue skies are gone. So,
like he's a nut because he had an alternative view of how we were handling COVID.
He was largely opposed to lockdowns at certain phases. I know this because he's my colleague at Stanford, and
He was right. We didn't treat it overarchingly. We just didn't treat it the right way, which was to protect the most vulnerable population, but let society go on, because it wasn't the bubonic plague. It killed mostly very old people and obese people. I know that's politically incorrect to say. It's just the truth. We didn't need to overreact the way we did. We didn't need to spend more money than we did on World War II.
is that right?
Yes, it's right. Well, of course, we told everybody to go to your room and hide under your bed, and we'll make up your salary. Where do you think we got that money? Where we always get it, out of thin air. That's going to come home to roost, and that's going to affect your health.
Yeah. Well, the mental health
Is pot bad
in the
for you?
lockdown.
Before
we talk about vaccines,
because it makes you do this.
I have an update for you on cannabis as well.
I don't know what this is, but what is it?
So the mRNA vaccine.
now, I would say that it's not bad for you, but if you're, people are smoking it in these pre-rolls, in the paper, you're smoking in the paper, that there's chemicals in there, even if it says organic, okay? Gotta figure that out. So you wouldn't be rolling up a toilet paper and puffing it. just because it had, weed in there. So that was the same thing with cigarettes. Okay, it wasn't the tobacco that was harmful. Tobacco leaves and tobacco, all that actually is good for you. You need to have it. You need to chew on tobacco as you first thing in the morning when you look at the sun. But it's what they put into the tobacco and the filters. The filters have like fiberglass in them to tear up the glands in your mouth so that the tobacco can soak in better. So it's everything that man has done to nature that is killing us. Nature alone has a way of self-replicating and healing. And it's only when man starts meddling that nature becomes destructive. They're controlling the weather, folks. They are controlling the weather. And they're going to make it colder. Okay? They're going to do a little miniature modern day ice freeze. Don't you dare take my summers away from me. I was fantasizing of summertime.
It is, but is it?
I,
Oh yeah, what is it?
So, okay, so the mRNA vaccine update is Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who now is also acting director of the CDC, by the way. He's juggling both roles.
And a smart guy.
And a very smart guy, and a very and somebody who listens. I'm not formally associated with Maher, despite what you might read out there. I'm not formally associated with any political group. I'm neither a double hater nor a double lover when it comes to politics. I am an issue by issue person.
That's me in politics.
Great. Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you. So he assured me that his words, that the NIH funding for mRNA vaccine research for oncology, for cancer, has not been cut. What was cut, he said, his words, it was the $500 million put towards mRNA vaccines for upper respiratory illnesses that was set aside from Project Warp Speed, which people forget was a Trump initiative. I'm not trying to, what do the kids say, glaze or glow up or what? I'm not trying to, but we should remember that was part of the Trump administration.
Absolutely.
And I think that the mRNA vaccines, the label has caused a lot of people to say, I don't want anything to do with those. But I just had an oncologist on my podcast. The potential to eradicate cancers using technologies like those or others like CRISPR is...
Oh, we got some CRISPR and Cas9 talk here now. If you look at this through the Epstein files, okay, they've been using this nefariously. They've been trying to clone themselves and create designer babies, and they've been doing this for a while. They're probably mixing man and animal together. I mean, I believe there's been reports that Russia has, right? Or China? Old Bebop and Rocksteady? I'm telling you, folks, the time for a Ninja Turtle movie is now, okay? And people are catching on that it's actually Shredder was the good guy, okay? But was gaslit by the media saying that he was there stopping progress. and so he was deemed the enemy. So Shredder was working, for Brain, basically as a double agent to stop it from the inside. But really, it's the Ninja Turtles that are evil. And they used, they were doing genetic manipulation and eating pizzas. There are underground sewers and tunnels. Shredder was the good guy. And I'll take it even a step further. I think Casey Jones is Shredder. Okay? So that's the way then Shredder can then implement the Ninja Turtles is through the Casey Jones character. And can kind of work as a vigilante like that. And so... Now, oddly enough, I had posted about this kind of stuff on some old social media accounts I had, trying to induce some ideas into the TV and film industry because it was lacking. And sure enough, people on Instagram are repeating these things, and I don't remember people saying these things when I imagined them in my mind, but it's starting to happen, folks. People are talking about how, especially with the Epstein thing and the pizza, that and the thing is, I didn't know how the Ninja Turtles would be bad, because I was just like, there's a way that the story should go that Shredder is actually the good guy, but is the media has spun it to make it look like he's actually the bad guy, but he was trying to maybe stop progress. And then the whole Epstein thing happened, and I'm like, oh, the pizza. And then everyone started talking. I'm telling you, folks, you put stuff out there, and it'll come back to haunt you. I've got a lot of stuff out there, and can't wait for my compilation, my cringe compilation essay videos that will be coming out with all the bold attempts that I made to change the industry. Please stop changing industries. We just need to keep an industry as is and just be a cog in the machine. Okay, now everyone's got to, come up with new things. They're so quick to talk about the draft. We're going to force people to go to war and die. Well, if you're going to do that, we need to force some people to be slaves then. Okay? We need to get some stuff done. And we'll, you don't have to die for this. As a matter of fact, we'll give you housing and food. You just got to work for us. We can build some like the Tartarian type of buildings again. I need me a temple for Saturn. But ICE has taken away all of my help.
So exciting. And the way this is going to work is not by testing on humans. It's going to be by harvesting a T cell.
Let's stop on CRISPR, because I remember first seeing it on 60 Minutes. Gene splicing, right?
It's gene editing.
Gene editing.
So you can actually go in and add genes and modify genes. A Nobel Prize was given.
Why is it called CRISPR?
The CRISPR-Cas system is an enzyme system that can get and insert and cut and repair DNA at specific locations.
Okay.
So,
but yes, I've been hearing about CRISPR ever since that 60 Minutes report, but that was like 7 or 8 years ago. I feel like, hey, I'm 70 now. Where's CRISPR when I need it?
so CRISPR is being used.
I mean, I'm not saying I need it, but I'm saying
CRISPR has
I'd
been-
like it.
CRISPR has been used to successfully treat certain childhood cancers. CRISPR, now, I should say that's by taking cells, modifying their genes, and reinserting those cells, which works very well in the immune system.
But it's not a cure for cancer.
Well, it holds,
Sometimes it is.
it holds the potential to cure many forms of cancer. So cancers are all
And
generally...
it's done it
What's that?
sometimes, right?
It
Already?
has, sure, yeah. I mean, it's not in widespread use because there are a lot of ethical issues. I will tell you, there was a guy, he actually trained as a postdoc at the same time as I did in the United States, then went to China. He made CRISPR modified babies. Okay, this is a
Here we go.
well-known, yes, he announced at a meeting that he had taken some kids from IVF. The report was that the father was HIV positive. He modified the receptor for HIV in these embryos, and 2 kids were born with modified genomes. Now, here's the twist.
From what womb?
They were inserted into the guy's wife, I believe. So they took the eggs, her egg, his sperm, modified the embryos once the embryos were in a dish using CRISPR.
She carried.
So targeting a specific gene. Right? I should say when people get really worried about genetic selection, when people partner select, they're genetic selecting. Right? When they go, oh, that person's attractive or successful or kind or whatever.
But she
Sure.
carried it to term and they had a baby shower.
Two babies. Yeah,
No,
two
but
babies.
I'm not asking about
Chinese
the shower.
baby shower.
I want to know about the shower.
Yeah, Chinese baby shower. I don't know what that
Is
looks
it
like.
different when
I
you're-
imagine it is. And these babies were born. Now, here's why it's controversial. First of all, he didn't get any approval from the International Ethics Committee. There is no International Ethics Committee.
Yeah.
There was no International
does
Ethics
that
Committee
mean?
at that time.
International
and,
Ethics.
And there is rumor that this HIV receptor may actually not just confer some susceptibility or resistance to HIV, but that it also might be involved in brain circuits involved in memory. So the story became that he used CRISPR to generate these, super babies or something like that. The Chinese government claims that he was punished. We don't know if he was punished by being put in jail. That he used CRISPR to generate these, super babies or something like that. The Chinese government claims that he was punished. We don't know if he was punished by being put in jail or given a laboratory. We don't know. It's all very mysterious and cloaked. But when this happened, the international community paused, and it was very unclear. I was watching this very closely. It was very unclear for a few moments whether or not he would be given a Nobel Prize or whether or not he would be thrown into a cell. The world didn't know how to deal with this because he was way ahead of the curve. I guarantee that there are countries now where people are using CRISPR on embryos. I'm certain it is, has serious ethical concerns. It is not allowed in the United States, but it's coming. In fact, you can deep sequence embryos now from IVF, and you can isolate the embryos that you think have the fewest disease genes or that you think have the most genes that would confer whatever traits that you...
Don't you think we're always late on getting to some of these things? I know from a friend who had cancer that he had to go to Mexico to do the thing where they take the stem cells out and put it back in your body.
Yeah.
And it worked, by the way.
Yeah,
Why do we have to go to Mexico to do that?
our regulatory bodies here are much stricter on certain things than anywhere else.
But I
in the
mean,
world.
if you're dying, what do you have to lose?
Yeah, well, there's this weird inverse stringency. So when it comes to like sunscreen, we'll talk about sunscreen, for instance.
There it is, sunscreen.
Or food additives. Europe bans certain things that we allow very readily here.
Formaldehyde.
Also, yeah, and certain pesticides. And
Yeah.
In Europe, alcohol, no dis, is classified as a
No dis.
The World Health Organization classifies it as a class 1 carcinogen. Do as you like, but know what you're doing. Here, we don't classify it as a carcinogen, even though we know it increases cancer risk. You're fine. You're healthy in other ways. As you
I
pour a
wasn't
drink-
freaking out
as you pour
about
a
it.
drink, right? Yeah, you're very calm.
You know that feeling when you're at the gym doing the exact same routine you've done for years, and somehow 2 miles on the track, you're sure running on about things. What he told me is it's not like lights part. Apparently it's it up.
So we can get into some sunscreen. I mean, that, my opinion, is is poison. There's that video. Let's see if we can pull it up real quick. Okay. Well, I need to pull up something else here. Um, so something like this here.
This is what sunscreen looks like using an ultraviolet camera. But why does it look like this? And how does it even work anyway? Sunscreen is designed to protect us from the UV radiation that makes it through Earth's atmosphere. From lowest energy to highest, there are 3 different kinds: UVA, UVB, and UVC. UVC can be so damaging that it's used to sterilize hospitals, but thankfully the ozone layer blocks it out, so we don't have to worry about it that much. 95% of the UV light that does reach us is UVA, and the other 5% is UVB. It's UVB that primarily causes sunburn, but both can cause DNA damage by creating mutations that are really hard to repair and can break down tissue, causing wrinkles and sun-related aging. That's why wearing sunscreen is so important. It helps protect us from this invisible but harmful part of.
Okay, so he's playing cover for sunscreen right now because they had shown, there was this video that was out where they shown people putting sunscreen on, and it's actually making their face look black like this because of a infrared light, and then it makes you think, oh, what the hell are you putting on your face? You know, just because you're basically doing blackface every time you put sunscreen on, and that's not acceptable anymore. As much as Jimmy Kimmel wish it was. And so you're putting this petroleum on your face. You're putting oil on your face. I mean, you want to... Anyway. So that's pretty wild. And he's playing cover for it. He's like, what? There's nothing wrong with it. See, that's just normal. Because you got to protect that really dangerous one. Yeah, you just don't go out during that time of day for so long. Okay, you got about 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe 15 when it's at its peak, 10 minutes. Then you start burning. So you just got to get shade. And if you're doing something that requires you to stay out longer than that, I would hope that you would have built a tolerance for it, because that means that's just kind of part of your everyday. It all leads back to petroleum. Everything. The tire, the reason why there's roads. You know, the tires, the roads, the vehicles, you know, they took over the trains. Okay, big oil said no more. We are going to put vehicles on the road. And there's got to be something too between the gasoline and combustion and the diesel engine too. The different transmissions. Okay, that it's just like, I think that's similar to Nikola Tesla, his ether energy, and then whatever we were left with. I feel like that's how it is with a diesel engine through combustion or through compression. So an engine that is powered through compression versus combustion. And yeah, when they went I guess with the what do they need all the where was petroleum a byproduct from, like the building all the vehicles or just all the oil that they've got. They put it in toothpaste, it's like, yeah, let's have them eat it. I want these people to wear it.
Of sunlight. Now,
All right, so I wanted to show the UV light on sunscreen. It turns your face black. And I was told you can't do blackface anymore.
Support our show and tell them our show sent you.
But on the other side, when you think about which drugs we allow doctors to provide or what's allowed over the counter, here there's a lot more stringency. For instance, right now there's a huge battle over peptides, which I'm happy to talk about because the GLPs are so popular, which are peptides.
What are peptides?
Peptides are small chains of amino acids that have a biological function. Insulin's a peptide. GLP-1 is a peptide. You make these things naturally, but these can be synthesized and put into the body, and they can have an effect. And typically when a drug, like a GLP-1 drug, like Ozempic, Mounjaro, or the big one that's coming, this is going to be $1 trillion drug, and it has huge implications for the sorts of things you and I think about, the interaction between politics and health, is retatrutide. It's a GLP-3, meaning it hits the GLP receptor, GIP, and glucagon. It can cause up to 1/3 of loss in body weight and some degree of muscle sparing. Some. People should still exercise. Now, Eli Lilly holds the patent. It went through phase 3 very successfully. Eli Lilly does not want compounding pharmacies selling retatrutide. Why? Because it's far cheaper. And we had this recent thing where Trump argued for lower drug prices, right?
Yeah.
Do you think the drug companies were like, oh yeah, sure, let's just lower drug prices? No. It was a deal, right? I won't say how I know this, but it was a deal whereby the administration kind of did a wink nod that drugs were going to pass more quickly through R&D to market. So they're going to make up the cost differential on the research and development end, right? Less money invested in research and development, less time to market, and happy to lower prices. This is my understanding. Someone will probably tell me I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. Now, Eli Lilly wants to protect the patent for retatrutide, but I'll tell you, in Los Angeles County right now, there are a lot of people, mostly people that get in front of cameras, taking retatrutide because it works so spectacularly well at 1/5 of the prescribed dose or the recommended dose from these trials, and at 1/10 of the price if you get it from a compounding pharmacy. Now, compounding pharmacies aren't supposed to make it, but this is another area where the FDA would like them to not do it, but it's pseudo-regulated. The gray market, as I'm referring to it, is when people can buy this stuff online for research purposes only, okay? And then the black market, people refer to as Chinese peptides, which are peptides that probably don't contain what you think they do, and there's very little stringency, and you have to really worry about contamination. It's a little unfair to China, I want to be clear. Like, these could be coming from Belarus for all I know. I mean, they could be coming from anywhere, but people refer to them as Chinese peptides, which is not fair. We should just call them black market peptides. So the FDA would like to protect its relationship to pharma. Pharma wants to protect the patents for drugs where there's a lot of money. Retatrutide stands to be $1 trillion drug. So here's the weird split. I want to make sure I close the hatch on the FDA piece. Right now, the key is to prevent harm, right? We don't want people taking black market or gray market peptides that could hurt them. At the same time, these compounding pharmacies have made many drugs, not just GLPs, but many drugs much more affordable to people in a landscape that I don't even have to justify, right? People are really struggling for healthcare, for self-directed healthcare. Are peptides the be-all, end-all? Well, no, not necessarily. Lifestyle factors and drugs in some cases, or lifestyle factors and, other things. But the key here is that if a drug stands to make a company a lot of money, then there's an incentive to regulate this stuff. So we're in this weird landscape where I really think you have two populations of slightly overlapping populations of people. You have people that their level of stringency is, if it's not FDA approved from a traditional company, from pharma, multiple randomized controlled trials, I don't want to take it. I'm not putting it anywhere near my family or anyone I know. And then you have a separate category of people, which is quite large, who say the fact that something is from pharma, the fact that it's associated with the FDA is the major reason why they do want to take something. And this is where I think I'm so tired of looking at traditional media coverage of like peptides, is where they throw it out like a dog's breakfast of all these different things, lump it and just say peptides don't do anything. Really? Insulin doesn't do anything for a diabetic? Really? The GLPs don't do anything? The root of all of this is control of the patent and financial pipeline, which is not to say that I can't relate. I mean, Lilly, I have no stock in Lilly. Kind of wish I did. I mean, it's over $1,000 right now. It was a couple $100 a few years ago. Lilly invested hundreds of millions of dollars. They stand to make trillions of dollars. It makes every bit of sense why they would try and shut down the retatrutide compound.
It's so funny that it's so similar to politics, which is you can't trust either half fully.
Yeah, and that's the same thing that happened with ivermectin and the Emergency Act with the vaccine, which, again, the reason why there was such a huge push to hide the effectiveness of ivermectin was because the vaccine was put on this emergency or this accelerated launch, to be released, and it would be free of any type of lawsuits from any side effects, as long as there wasn't a known cure for COVID. So it had to be the only thing available for a cure in order to be immune to getting sued afterwards. So when people started finding out, well, hey, eating eggs works really well, vitamin D, ivermectin, zinc, they try to stop all that information from getting out there, and you begin to see, oh, okay, they're not saying everything, and then they're silencing people who are saying things. So instantly that something's odd. Yeah, they're keeping people from natural cures all the time. Exactly. And now, a lot of people are realizing how many people have been injured, all the side effects, and here we are years later still talking about it, and we got to learn how to say no while it's easy, so that it can be easy to say no when it's difficult. So when they trying to tell you, oh, you can't come in here without a mask, and no. Well, as long as it can be like a scarf or something, okay? I'm not wearing no N95s. I don't think there was ever a time I did. I mean, maybe once I wore an N95. But maybe not. A couple times, if I forgot my mask, I would have to wear, one of the cheap surgical masks or something. But all the particles in those N95s, the dust particle, or those little fibers, you're breathing those fibers in. Everyone got a dry cough from it, and they called it long COVID. And gotta stay away from all that stuff. And then people were reusing them, okay? They were reusing those N95 masks, and I've worked plenty of jobs that in my time that would require those masks, and everyone knows you don't wear them the next day. You got to have a fresh one. And there was a time where you could only buy one box of them at the store. And there weren't any gloves. Okay, I needed my black surgical gloves and my mask. I was looking like Helsing. I had the nice black ones too. I could still use my phone with them. Oh my God, exactly. And so here's what really happened during COVID. And Wizard hit the nail on the head. It was a way for the least of us to tell the higher class what to do. So the least of us in society felt like they actually had a say, and they don't. Just shut up and give me my food. You 20-year-old freak of nature. Can you put your mask on, please, sir? We're not going to serve you unless you put a mask on. Like, who the fuck are you to be talking to me, first of all? I can't believe you have a voice. And I will drown you out through just one stare, one look in a different direction. I won't even look at these people, let alone take orders from them. I'm giving you an order. That's the whole point of you working behind the counter. I give you order. but they got to tell people what to do. There was places where you had to write down your phone number in order to get in. So people who had absolutely no control over their life whatsoever finally got to control someone else's. And usually that's just reserved for upper management, okay? Because they too are and not in control of their life. But they still get to control a little bit. They get to control, you know, the people that work underneath them. I don't know if you guys notice this, but I have no need to control anything, okay? Because I'm in control. Yeah. So I'm not trying to control everyone's situation. When you are free, you assume the world is free. And you forget that they're not. No, we will forever be imprisoned as long as we still have 20-year-olds working behind counters. Okay, it really needs to go to the old people. Okay, quit hiring young people. Okay, hire old people. They're really friendly and really cool. And then you got the younger generation, you know, doing something else than taking up all the jobs for the 60-year-olds. Okay, they need something to do. And I'm not, yeah. I don't want to talk to a 20-year-old, okay? I don't care about what you're studying. So, but this younger generation they hate the older people so much that they're taking their jobs away from them. And what the 20-year-olds need to be doing is going to war. Okay, go to war. And shut up. I'm sick of looking at you, let alone having to listen to you. You have no life experience. You're the worst generation of our time. I seriously hope that you all die. I'm just kidding, folks. Please. No, I don't kid. I parody. No, you guys need to be doing something else. It's really odd how our society has, you know, people at their physically peak opportunities, the time where they're could be at their most, you know, highly energetic state, and they are bogged down by, you know, writing reports and carrying their, you know, their backpacks with all the books and they're sitting all the time. Okay? They're killing off our generation of workers or slaves. Okay, these young folks need to be out learning how to build. Instead, they're taking orders behind the counter, but then won't take orders from a king, a Burger King. But here we are.
You have when the
Seriously though, get rid of the 20-year-olds. Okay, send them to war or get them in some kind of builders guild. Have them become apprentices and work them up to a journeyman. And then maybe you can talk to me after you've done something with your life. But these aren't people I would even want to hire. I mean, Bill Maher's hiring them, and they've been ordering these cheap lamps on Amazon. The ones that change your DNA.
argument is like peptides are all bad.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like Trump is all evil, or the Democrats are all evil, and it's like you have to read both sides because nobody tells you the full truth.
Oh.
They only want to forward their narrative, and it sounds like it's the same thing in medicine as it is in politics.
It is. I mean, as a research scientist and friends with many, many physician scientists and physicians, I do think, at least at Stanford, all physicians and scientists, I do believe, want to solve problems correctly and provide good for the world.
Stanford seems like it's a super woke place.
No.
Stanford?
We have we have the Hoover folks, right? I mean, that's like a libertarian think tank, basically.
Oh, is that
Condi Rice runs it, I believe.
Is that at Stanford?
Yeah, it's at Stanford.
Oh.
The big tower. The tower.
I'm not.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not that familiar with
No,
the campus.
I would say Stanford, on balance, is very balanced.
Because I read somewhere, like this is going back, sort of peak woke time 5 years ago or something, that they had 10,000 administrators.
It's a big place. It's got its own zip code,
Okay,
I mean-
but it just seems like that's all. We're not talking about professors, and we're not talking about students. We're talking about bureaucrats, kind of.
But there
Now,
is a
I'm not saying-
hospital, a children's hospital. I mean, it's one of
Okay.
the most modern. And look,
All
listen,
right, maybe,
I
again,
have this
I
podcast.
don't trust anything until I get both sides of the story.
Sure.
I'm just saying I read that, and that I concede right away. That is forwarding somebody's narrative that elite colleges are out of control, which, by the way, I do think there is absolute truth in that. What's the other side of it? Well, there's another side of it too.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious to
Yeah.
hear you tell me.
Yes.
Maybe we need 10,000. Maybe they do need 10,000 administrators at Stanford.
Well, with the caveat that I can already hear the voices saying, "Oh, he's just trying to protect his job." Look, I'm tenured. Jay kept his job during the
You're
pandemic.
a celebrity now.
Yeah.
You can't be
Yeah,
fired.
I mean, I have this other gig, so I'm
No,
comfortable.
you can't be fired.
But I will tell you, I'll give you the positives, I'll give you the negatives. I'll be real direct with you. I've been many places in my academic career, and I will tell you that while there are many other excellent places, there are very, very few, if any, places in the world where you find people who are just absolutely focused on bringing their science, which often impacts healthcare, to the next level with the utmost degree of rigor. My colleagues are amazing. I'm telling you. I mean, I've got
Right.
colleagues like Carl Deisseroth who developed ways to image and modify cellular activity across the board. Everything from humans, rat, cat, monkey, bat for research purposes. People who were blind are seeing again as a consequence of that work.
Right.
I've got colleagues building artificial retinas. I've got colleagues who are figuring out in the psychology department that are really parsing this notion of like Ali Crum mindsets, which is a setting for the mind, how to navigate stress, not just thinking that stress is going to dissolve you into a puddle of tears, but how to harness stress into performance. She's a D1 athlete, clinical psychologist, and runs a major research lab, and mom, and happily married. I mean, these people are like on a whole other level.
Yeah, I mean, how do you think I can keep performing? I put myself under a lot of stress. Okay, I transmute the stress to performance. Okay, I need some stress in my life, folks. Okay, you guys are stressing me out. That's why I'm able to sing and dance. And while you're at it, hit that like button, subscribe. throw something in the comments. Yeah, I've been hearing people's opinions, folks. All right, and they have every right to share their opinion. So please, vocalize. No, please do not write comments in my live streams. That means that you've watched it. Okay, they're not meant to be watched. Okay, you're supposed to live it. It's a live stream. It's not a watch stream. And these people, they want a YouTube show. Okay. Ooh, yeah, and we're only 6 away from 300. Let's see where we're at here. Oh, we must have got another one. We got some new converters. Thank you so much, folks, for subscribing. If you like this, long form commentary, it's a lot of fun. We got a great chat, solid community, and we just it's a vibe. It's a vibe. And once I start implementing more music that won't get me copyrighted, it'll be a hang too. No, it's already a hang. I'm hanging upside down. I'm just like, the Joker. So thank you very much. We'll hit them Godfather goals. Okay. 1,000 subscribers by end of summer. I'm so close to making more clips, but the live streams really keep me in this mode. Now, if I go a couple days, then I get into the editing mode. But if I'm about to jump on live again, I really don't like to be rewatching my stuff. I don't want to hear my voice. I want to see it.
Okay. It's also a place where people are very collegial. Now, are there a lot of administrators? Yes. Are there a lot of beautiful lawns and palm trees? Also, yes. But I'll tell you the real strength of Stanford. You know this woman, this freestyle skier who ended up skiing for China in the
LA. Go.
Yeah. Okay. She's Stanford. Okay. I will tell you the.
Yes. We do need a Discord. I thought I set up a Discord server and had it all set up, but the link keeps either keeps expiring or I don't know. I do have a Discord. I don't know if you can search it without a link, but for whatever reason, the link that's in the details of my YouTube page is not sending people to the lobby. I've got it all set up, and I even have it set up to where we can even have a lobby in there where who's ever in the lobby can come on to the show and talk and hang out. But for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be working. But it mostly because I know nothing about Discord. I'm not Discorder. I'm definitely part of his arm, though. It's got a big old hand. Yeah, and as far as other social media stuff too, yeah, I probably need to get an Instagram or something too. Um, uh, I thought I signed up for Rumble. I need to get a few more. You guys find me on Rumble, subscribe so I can do that in case I get kicked off of YouTube. Please don't kick me off of YouTube so that I have to be on Rumble. Okay, I can't. I can barely handle the bots in YouTube, let alone Rumble. Yeah. So yeah, it wouldn't be so much for the Discord. Wouldn't be so much for the call-ins, right? Exactly. That would just kind of exist on its own. All I'm saying is that there's an option where you can create another lobby, like a pre-show lobby when we do go live, and some people can come over and chat for for a little bit. There's been a couple of shows I've seen that do that. Seem to work out pretty nice, but you're saying that not so much for calling in though. I'm sure it could be used. I was thinking about we would discuss show ideas. Yep, maybe sure. Yeah, exactly. Yep, we'll do that. And thank you for reminding me, Wizard. I really just need to. Coming up here, I'll probably take a couple of days off so that I can really get things dialed in. I'm just, hitting live every time, and my first week, or maybe even longer, but for sure the first week of me doing this, first couple of weeks for sure, I would spend hours on technical issues before I even hit broadcast. So I was already so drained, and before I even was ready to, or where I finally got to the point where I could hit live broadcast. Oh man. So those days are finally are for sure over. Well, for now, hopefully, knock on wood. But so now I'm able to do other things before, and I got kind of, for the most part, dialed in, let's just say. Except for the other day, I had to restart the stream because I forgot to log into everything. Yeah, and now I've got muscle memory and mental muscle memory in live streaming. So it's easier for me to do this than not do it now. So whereas if I get back into editing, it's going to take me a while to, because no, it won't take long. I'm actually excited to. I got some editing ideas, some music video concepts, some pre-show. I mean, would you guys wouldn't mind like a pre-show video kind of playing? Well, I mean, we basically do with the slideshow. Speaking of which, look at old Huberman here posing for my slideshow. Look at you. You want to get in the clip version slideshow? How did you know about that? But Do you guys like longer pre-show lobby hangout times, or do you like it when I just go into it? So I'm thinking I might do a little bit more longer intros and just bite the bullet when it comes to these live streams being rewatched. Because this is what happens, that once this posts on YouTube, for someone just scrolling through on YouTube, you know, you're not going to really watch a pre-show. So you have to fast forward it, and there's ways to timestamp it so it goes directly to when the segment happens, because that's what people want when they're not on the live stream. Okay, they don't like this pre-show shit. I lost all of my views by doing this right here. This whole countdown with this and the music. My views tanked for once my live stream uploaded and the rewatch. No one wants to see that stuff. But then if I trim that out and just start when we start the segment, I lose my chat. So then there's no chat replay, and that's usually where I find places where I can potentially clip. But sometimes I gotta lose the chat because I'm doing these 8-minute warm-up sessions. But apparently, if you do a timestamp, and from what I understand, the video will start after the intro. So and automatically, I guess, for people that rewatch it. So maybe it won't even go to the pre-show time. So I might not need to edit it out. But anyway, this is just a little bit of tech talk. I really want to incorporate more music. Okay, like even right now, I need to have a little something to talk with, something to elevate the spirits. So that kind of thing I'll be working on. But on the other hand too, sometimes just starting cold, just doing it. Well, I don't know. I always liked a little warm up time, like go live and then you got a few minutes to get ready and get set up. That's what I did with Red Bar all the time. When he would go live, you would have a good 15 minutes before he actually went live, and then when he went live when the show was starting, when his theme song would jump on. But otherwise, it was just random music. I think that's how it was. It's been a while. Been a while. Oh, thank you, Lulu, for the timestamps. Yes, and I did notice some clips that were created in the videos. I know, Lulu, you were asking about you were having some issues with the clips. Maybe you weren't seeing that they were showing up. They show up in where do they show up? It's pretty elusive where they are. But it's somewhere on the video. You can look up the clip section of it, and it'll show whoever created a clip out of it, if that's what you're referring to. If you had mentioned that there was some issues, and that's outside of timestamps. But yes, the timestamps help too, for things that I should clip. Clip. Everything's clip. God. Can I please just have a name without everyone using it somehow? Everyone's saying virgin now. No one said virgin before. I was hesitant to use it because no one said it. Okay, it's just a joke. Now everyone's using virgin. And now everything's a clip. Okay, I gotta... Oh, so it would... Okay. So it wouldn't let you download it? Oh, no. There might be I'll look into it. There might still be a way for that. Yeah. Maybe maybe there's an option for that. But yes, so thank you so much, folks. I mean, I really do want to share how much I've enjoyed the process. Now, I just assume half of you guys are alt accounts of the people that I'm discussing. So thank you for hanging out, because we talked about a couple of streams ago, we were talking about Michael Jackson wearing the military stuff, all with the bullets and everything. Let's take a look at this real quick. So in this stream right here, we're talking about Michael Jackson. Here's Kathy O'Brien. But let me just real quick just take you, and I'm just showing you what the potential that clip version has on the public. So here we were discussing Michael Jackson. Many of you guys were there. Let me see if I can. It's not. Definitely don't show. I don't like showing another man's chat. Oh God, I'm on the opposite side. Oh God. All right, so let's not get crazy with this here. All I'm trying to show you is that we were looking at there it is. Michael Jackson images here. Okay. You guys remember this? And he's got the bullets. I'm like, man, I'm so into this. This is like, we're never gonna have another person like this. And I even said, I adopted the profile view because of this shot right here, how he just stood straight but yet turned at the profile. stood to take command, and the next day, all right, the next day, Kurt Metzger,
if they smell weed, they have
is coming out looking like this. Okay? The next day. Now, you might say, well, Cliff Virgin, I mean, come on. He said that this was about the military church and all that. Okay, sure. And you might say, well, Cliff Virgin, this was recorded 5 days ago, and they just released it the day after I did it. Okay. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe Kurt Metzger was watching our stream. No, they probably did record this a few days, but we're in that stream, folks. We're in that. Okay, we can tap into these knowings, these the impressions, these premonitions. Okay, we are very premonition heavy here. So there he is. Okay, and I'm telling you, there's gonna be times where I'm gonna say, oh man, that seems to happen to us a lot. Okay, and I want to just show you an example of that. So when I'm speaking of this kind of thing that happens when you set things in motion, and then there's these coincidental moments, this is what I'm referring to. And again, he could have recorded this a few days prior, which is more than likely that he did. But it was released the following day. And it looks just pretty much like it. So there you go. Now, and it also kind of looks like my bandana. Metzger was looking a little like me that evening. Okay, that 3-hour episode he did. So, the food for thought. Now, one mustn't think that he is the root cause of trends. Okay, but sometimes it gets a little too coincidental. So our streams are very, very cutting edge in that way. This is underground. This is avant-garde. Nouveau. I want to be your arm.
The real prize at Stanford is the students, right? Everyone who works there knows that the intellect of the students and the ingenuity of the students is what sets it apart. And again, there are other places. Now, the downside, doing research is very expensive, very expensive. And in the current NIH climate, one of the first things that happened when HHS got revised, and I was very bullish about pushing back on this, is they wanted to cut the indirect cost, the support of the university, not just the labs, to 15% across the country. That would devastate science across the country. Mm-hmm. Now you could say, oh, well, Stanford's got this massive endowment, it's as big as a country, same with Harvard, why don't they pull from there? Okay, let's just take that argument and say 15% would take the University of Utah's, which is a fantastic place for biomedical research and many other things, the UT Austins, the Wisconsins, the WashUs, and it would demolish them. Fortunately, that cut didn't happen. And I'm very happy to say, and I take no credit for this, but I've been very vocal on the phone and elsewhere, getting in Jay's ear and other people's ear. You cannot cut the federal budget for research in this country. It fuels companies. It fuels basically the healthcare exploration and development for the entire world. And they just put a 1% increase on the budget. Now, I think that's too small, but the problem that I have with big institutions, rich institutions like Stanford, Harvard, MIT, Caltech, now here's the other piece of it, is that 30% of the indirect money, meaning the additional funds that come from NIH, go to a very small subset of universities across the country for big facilities, genomics facilities, proteomic facilities, which means that the laboratories there have what many people view as a bit of an unfair advantage.
Right. And that's really how you got to weigh out your education, is when you go to this institution, what is it that gives this a way unfair advantage? You can, so everyone's got their thing: law, architecture, business. I don't know. I barely made it through high school, folks. Okay. I did that old senior slide. I was out of there. Get me out of there. No, I had it worked out pretty nicely. I only had to, my senior year of high school, I only had to do a half a day. I had everything planned. Actually, I'm sure my counselors, when I started as a freshman, they're like, "Oh, we got to do an acceleration program for this kid. He needs to not be here." So they front loaded all the classes that I needed or whatever throughout the year. They front loaded it first couple of years, and then that way my senior year I had everything already done, and I just had to take my, whatever they're called, generals or whatever. So, and I got to leave, but you had to have a job. So I was a worker, okay? I was meant to work, folks, not to sit and fill in circles. Yeah, that'd drive a man crazy, trying to keep it in the circle. Now, I did abacadabra on all my tests like that. I figured that you'd at least get 50% on those standardized tests. I did not do a single one of those things. I did abacadabra throughout the whole thing. Abacadabra. Do you believe in magic? And I hope you do. Please, folks, don't study for tests. That's the biggest MK Ultra project that has ever been implemented on society. That you have got to study these things and know these things in order to what? In order to what? Be part of a club? In order to be smart? To know things? That's the only time that you can know it? No thanks. Now there's charter schools out there that focus more on art and music and even STEM. If you want to go STEM, okay, you can do STEM focused schools. So I prefer those, the art and music focused schools over who's that one weird guy, basically like a Satanist, who has a school. They're basically wizards. Talking about stabbing their binders for their books. They're making books and they keep saying stabbing. What's that school that people are so proud of? They don't really do pass or fail, but they have to learn wizard stuff. It's kind of weird. I feel like he has, what's it? It's Reiner. Adolf Reiner is his name. He started. Yeah, what was his name? Anyway, so that school's a little bit out there, I think. Wow, Jeffrey Mishlove has a parapsychology class. Wow. Wow. Get a degree in remote view. That's insane. So he's working. He's basically creating CIA assets, and then Evergreen creating, the next Karens. They have remote viewing.
Okay, so if we really wanted to equally distribute intellectual growth and we want to equally distribute scientific growth, we would distribute that money more equally across the country. Now, my colleagues at Stanford are going to hate me for saying this, but it's kind of weird, right? I mean, if you're at the University of Colorado Boulder and you're a graduate student, shouldn't you have the opportunity to do the most cutting edge experiments there? And not, just because you're not at Stanford, you shouldn't be hindered. So
a lot of the country feels left out.
Yeah, and I think the redistribution of some of these funds would be good.
It would be helpful.
It would be helpful.
A lot of the country feels like all the cool jobs are in a few different places, and they kind of look down on us. And we're not all hicks out here, I think something like this would go a long way. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the University of Boulder is like, but I've been to Boulder.
They
I've played the
suck.
city. It's not a bunch of fucking hicks.
No,
it's very liberal.
Great place.
Very liberal.
Great place. Great
bunch
science.
of hippies.
Yeah, I mean, they had some unfortunate incidents there. I think it was like,
You're like listening to Dave Matthews Band at the Red Rocks all the time. Listen to another band. Quit playing hacky sack.
like some sort of pseudo-terrorist attack.
No.
Someone threw a Molotov cocktail or something at some protester. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, Boulder seems like a nice little peaceful town.
I think it was the place where the Batman, he dressed as the Joker or Batman or something. This is like 2013. I remember because I played the city like a couple of months after it was in a theater. It was a shooting. It was a mass
I know what you're
shooting.
trying. That's right. I know what you're referring to.
And
yeah. I think that was I'm thinking of a separate incident, a more recent incident that was related to a public protest.
No, I remember because I donated the proceeds from the weekend in Colorado to that fund.
I know.
So there's a shooting where he was the Joker and Batman. See, this Batman stuff keeps popping up, folks. Jeffrey Epstein was wearing the Joker face while he was torturing children. So the concept of the Joker seems to have a lot of correlation to torturing sex trafficked children. And there seems to be a lot of celebrity deaths around Batman and the concept of Batman. And yeah. And the way that Jim Carrey is talking about wanting to be Batman, or using that as his alter ego, and then he's hanging around with, where was he when Matthew Perry passed away? Because Matthew Perry said that, he goes, "I'm Matman." And that kind of sounds like Jim Carrey would say. That sounds like something he would say. "Hey, look at me, I'm Matman. You get it?" I mean, it wasn't... I don't want to get into it, but... Can we quit playing these roles? Quit these movies that have all these weird, darker meanings, like where people had to do dark things to even be part of the production. There's other ways to get into character than sacrificing a small child after you tortured and raped it, abused it. Okay, you can just go for a run or study history. You don't have to take on the spirit. And now they're talking about eating them. Okay. Did you hear about Stanley Kubrick? Did you hear what could have happened to Stanley Kubrick? Because he died a couple weeks after the release of Eyes Wide Shut. And Eyes Wide Shut is the movie about potentially more than just these mask sex orgy things. It could have been satanic rituals, could have been cannibalism. Well, according to online, okay, I read an article that Stanley Kubrick was eaten through a satanic ritual by allegedly, okay, Nicole Kidman and Ellen DeGeneres, maybe. Was she even around at that time? And when did Tom Cruise do Interview with the Vampire with Brad Pitt? Was that just before Eyes Wide Shut or after? Because he seemed to be in the mode. Now imagine being so mad at Stanley Kubrick for having you do 100 takes that you just eat them. Yeah, can we make movies that make people feel good? Like not everyone's got to die. Not everyone's got to be an assassin. Not everyone's got to be in the military or, you know. Not everything's got to be a vampire and blood and all. It really shows a lack of creativity because they're just going meta. They're just trying to get to the energy source that they deem as the energy source. And then just, well, while we're here, why don't we just film it, and then that could be the movie. But we can't show that this. Well, we just pretend like it's fake. I don't think it really, takes that to make a movie, but it does take that in order to protect these child abusers. So please don't eat your director. That's not the way things should be. Okay, you should collab with the director, not eat him. I'm talking to you, Leonardo DiCaprio. Allegedly. Apparently. From what everyone's saying. I mean, if Leo's doing it, Jack Nicholson's doing it. And for sure Daniel Day-Lewis has done some wacky things too. He's even done movies where he's getting kicked out of the town because he's done black magic. So they all do things to be taken over by a spirit. I am the spirit. Please stop disassociating. Okay, be in your body now. Okay, be here now. You don't have to be above things like your own body. Just write cool movies. But it takes people with time, focus. We don't got it. The computers have messed us up. Yeah, we all need to consume as many positive things as possible mentally. Yep. Because it's always what's going in is what's going to come out. Yeah, and I don't think people really are focusing on movies anymore. They're the movies itself it's not engaging, but also the everything's gotten more laptop or phone, and yeah, it has lowered the production of what's out there, but I mean, I would say a lot of the digital switch really changed the medium and took away the great filter that film naturally has, and the red camera and being digital, and then you can have infinite amount of takes because you'll never run out of film, essentially. So there wasn't this kind of like how I feel now with the broadcast live. I'm locked in. I've got I'm not just sitting and filling in a moment and then stopping it, editing it, but it's continuous. And yeah. Why was I talking about that? They're not watching movies anymore. And the theaters have gotten pretty nasty. Even the new ones, multiplexes, seem a bit too nice and too expansive. Too, yeah. But digital to film. So I think that changed a lot too. And also, the drug culture changed. So people, that they weren't taking all the same drugs that they were back in the 90s and later, making some good movies, TV shows. And now it's a bunch of pill poppers. I'm not too versed in the drug culture or anything like that, but I do understand that that definitely has a major influence on music and art and all that. And yeah, I think if you were to even try to make a film like they did back in the 90s, you wouldn't be able to afford it. You know, it'd be too expensive, and that's why, yeah, everything's digital now, and so it's just accelerating to get worse and worse and worse. But in a way of becoming more efficient and the need for it because of you know, the horrible void that it actually created to begin with. So it's like they're going to be needing to use AI to doctor up all these, really weird faces due to excessive amounts of wearing masks on set while they had to, and getting triple boosted and all that. They look different. No thanks. No thanks. I don't want to look at those people. There's no life in them. There's no spark, there's no life, no attraction. They've done away with attraction. Okay. You go back, look at older films, people look attractive. They're like, oh my God. And I'm like, whoa, they're like hugging and embracing each other. They're not killing each other? Wait, what? They're not trying to fight some dictator or overthrow the US government? And there happened to be quite a bit more references of God in films. Even, like, go back and watch Die Hard. They, like, mentioned God a couple times. I'm like, excuse me? What'd you say? So there's been a really big shift, and it hasn't been for the better. Nice. Wrote a screenplay for a comedic movie about a comedian with a positive message. Yep. They probably didn't know what to do with it. Like, wait, positive message? There's a lot more decorum too. A lot more decorum, even at these ridiculous award shows. People weren't fighting all the time, saying, "Stop pushing me. You push me." They weren't slapping each other. Now they're getting blacklisted and other things behind closed doors, but lately it's gotten wild. People are fighting. And Wizard, did anything happen with the script? Were you able to shop around a bit, or? Yeah, you gotta. And it's one of those things too, where it's like, well, if you're not really seeing it, I complain a lot about the music and the movies and TV shows, and then people are like, well, since you're seeing what's missing, why don't you do something about it? Why don't you? I'm like, why don't you? Okay, I don't need to be creating everything all the time. Shit, do I get to be a consumer like you guys? No, I can't remember the last time I consumed. No, I like watching movies and listening to music and dancing. Move the body around. You gotta elevate the spirit. Yep. Been sitting for 10 years. Yeah, a lot of them do. But when you get that, that the momentum, that spark, get inspired, you at least got it down on paper. So yeah, that's a big step. But yeah, these people, they're like, oh yeah, I sold the script and now I'm working on another pilot and I gotta write that. I'm like, what? It took me 20 years of life experience to come up with this one concept, and you guys are writing multiple movies, and how do you do that? Drugs. They're all on Adderall. Just.
I'm not.
It was
there was one at University of Virginia as well.
It would have looked bad not to.
Or Virginia Tech.
But it was.
Yeah, redistribution of resources across the country would be great. And so I talked to Jay about this today, and he said that one of the initiatives is to start creating national centers that get a large percentage of funding so that scientists and people running clinical studies from anywhere in the country can go there and use the state-of-the-art tools to be able to do their experiments anywhere. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think that that's going to ruffle some feathers at some of the, let's say, wealthier institutions. But endowments are very, are thick at certain places, right? There's a lot of money sitting in the endowments of these places.
No, and as you say, I think it's important for people to know that some of the stuff that, and I agree with you that they shouldn't cut any of this money, it hasn't happened. People come up to me all the time when I'm out, and Bill, what are we going to do? Like their world is coming to an end, which it's not. And I was just saying the Supreme Court stopped the president from his tariff thing. I'm sure you saw that. That was a kind of a big one that the Supreme Court, including two of his appointees, said, no, I'm sorry. We'll give you a lot, but we're not going to give you this. Thousands of cases of local courts have pushed back on detaining immigrants. And the budget that he asked for never got. It's basically the same down the line as it was the year before he took office. So for people who think the sky is falling, it's not quite falling. Yeah. There still is a system that we have it's definitely taking a stress test we've never had before, but it's sort of holding in this way, and this is part of it. Like that money is still there.
Yeah,
this is still America, and we're still, do you think we're the leading edge in scientific research?
holding in there with some other top places, like in Germany, Switzerland, Scandinavia. And I will tell you, China is, in terms of brain-machine interface, inserting chips into the brain of non-human primates and humans to do, increasing memory, novel ways of using AI for cognition. They are miles ahead of us.
What do you mean non-human primates? Apes?
Macaque monkeys is the typical model. Very hard to do that work in the United States because it's very expensive and it's dangerous. Macaque monkeys carry something called, it's a form of herpes that kills humans. They get a cold sore. People have died from this. There was a woman in Atlanta had some monkey.
How do you get a cold sore from?
Well, I mean, Bill Maher has been sporting his cold sore for the past few months here. It's just now going down. Just so happens to be right around the time that Tim Dillon's has gone down as well. Although Tim Dillon has a big old microphone and a pad to cover his. But they got theirs right around the same time. I kid you not. And I need to know why. And how come I wasn't invited? No, I don't even joke about that stuff. That's why I never drink orange juice from a carton. But he's quite versed in the cold sore world. He's basically like the Andrew Huberman of cold sore theory. He knows, like, oh, yeah, you got to expose it to sun in the morning. He does like a little podcast on the side where he tells you how to live without shame with herpes on your face. Shame on you, Bill. Shame on your herpes face. He's, wearing dark glasses because he's got herpes on the face. There's always an opposite and equal reaction. Yeah. So if a man's covering his eyes with dark glasses, that means he wants to cover his herpy face. No, please do not cover your eyes with dark glasses. Again, you don't want to stare at these things too long. Okay, it's basically got an awning over these eyes. I wear these sunglasses to look more human. Okay, I have too much prefrontal cranial, real estate. I got a big head, folks. All of us little guys do. But he's a herpes guy.
A monkey?
Well, no, the monkey splashed urine in her eye, and so it's it was deadly. She was dead within a couple of weeks.
Is that right?
Yeah. So years
Whoa.
ago,
Not.
Wait, with what? Here's some monkey urine in your eye. It's like, oh yeah, here's some It just sounds like a little phrase. There's a monkey here in your eye.
urine in her eye.
Did you get a colt or from a monkey?
Well, no, the monkey splashed urine in her eye, and so it's I mean it was deadly. She was dead within a couple of weeks.
Is that right?
Yeah. So years ago,
Now, not that it's going to really affect my personal life, but which monkey is this?
The macaque monkey.
The macaque monkey. Oh,
macaque
then
monkey.
I'm totally
the big
sick.
ones with big teeth.
No.
Yeah.
I fucked some chimps, but this is not okay.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Yeah, so China is making strides. Switzerland shut down non-human primate research, as far as I know. It's very expensive to do in the U.S. The National Primate Centers used to be a big piece of research in this country for everything. The development of birth control was tested in non-human primates. They're the closest model to us. Now, I have to say, I'm not saying this to protect myself. I'm saying this because I truly feel, I think the need for justification to do work on non-human primates has to be very high. They are very much like us. I've interacted with these animals a lot.
Does it hurt them when they do it?
Yes.
It does.
They do what they can to minimize pain, but it absolutely does. I mean, having a stereotax implanted in the head, injections into the eye, there's no way to do that completely painlessly. And, that's tough.
Unless you do it to Andy Dick after a night out. Okay, he won't feel a thing. So that's why you have to open up these institutions again and get all these crack babies off the street, start doing some tests to them so we can figure out new drug treatments or whatever. But you don't have to do it on monkeys. Do it on some homeless folks. Don't hurt the animals. Hurt the humans, the subhumans.
Tough. It wears on the soul. I will tell you, to do that work.
I'm Peter. I'm Peter.
Yeah.
Bro.
I'm right. So I am. I personally couldn't do that work. Years ago, I've worked on a bunch of different species, and I'll tell you, one of the reasons I'm so happy to be doing what I'm doing now is I hated working on animal models. But in many cases, animal models are what we have. But again, non-human primates, we need a very, very, very high justification and threshold before one would want to invest in doing that kind of work. As long as
what are we going to get out of it that's worth it?
Yeah. So I think. Okay, well, you're asking me to justify something for which I'm a little.
No, I'm not asking you to justify it. I'm just saying, what in the best possible scenario would we get out of it, where someone down the road could make the case and say, yes, I'm sorry the monkey suffered, but now 8 million children with Tourette's syndrome are free of this curse.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the extent to which you believe that going from mouse to human is a reasonable jump. It's been the intermediate species. It's either been mouse to pig to human, or mouse to non-human primate to human for dose lethality, infectious disease. I mean, they are very similar to us. I'll tell you, I'm very happy to not work on non-human primates. They are sentient, as are dogs, in my belief, and it's a really tough problem. I think one of the challenges is that now there's a lot of excitement about AI, and I think you can do a lot with AI that they couldn't do a few years ago. But cells, as you were pointing out earlier, are the foundational building block of all organs and health. And oftentimes, to understand human health, you have to understand it in a model system that's similar. Let me give you an example. This is, as long as we're staying edgy. There's something new that's being done in Mexico and in Europe called three-party IVF. It's illegal here. It's actually being done in the UK.
I think I had one here.
So we know that
only one of them was Mexican. But
we know that as women age, the number of sort of eggs that can be successfully fertilized and create healthy humans goes down with age. We know this, right? So one of the things that makes it harder as women get older is the the mitochondrial genes that control some of the splitting of the egg and the formation of more cells, et cetera. Turns out that people figured this out first in mice and then in non-human primates, that you can take the DNA from the woman who wants to be the mom, the sperm from the guy that wants to be the dad, and you can take those and put them into an egg from a younger donor where the DNA has been taken out, but the spindle and the things that pull it across with the mitochondrial genes are intact.
What?
And you can end up with a healthy kid. How do we know this? Because there are women who have mitochondrial genetic diseases. This was done in the UK. And all your mitochondrial genes come from your mom. And so these people wanted to have kids. So someone said, hey, maybe you could do this. So they did it first in mice, then in non-human primates. And now in Mexico and elsewhere around the world, people who are having trouble conceiving or by standard IVF are starting to do this 3-party IVF. It's not yet legal in the United States, but this is a good example where it went from mouse to non-human primate to human. So
And that's another Epstein thing, where Epstein was having these younger women as breeders, and he wanted like 20 children. So you can basically have an incubator. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that. That should be fine. Probably turn out healthier, I guess. But then there's a separation from the mother and the womb. Yeah. So then the baby would be going somewhere else, probably almost immediately, or how long? So it won't get breastfed. So it'd be one of those tiny babies, or turn out to be a tiny kid from eating or drinking all the formula. Can we just have the parents raise the kids instead of nannies and surrogates? There's this acceleration to stop human production. So they'll make everything really expensive, where both parties have to work full-time jobs, and they can't be home and raise their own family and tend to the home, and so they gotta hire out everything. Hire out a maid, hire out a nanny, hire out a gardener, hire out someone who mows the lawn. When you just do it all yourself. You got time though. Trying to separate us from the community.
you would say, gosh, would you want to go from mouse to human? Like, that's a pretty big jump. So at the same time, we're not macaque monkeys. They're not identical to us, obviously. So it's the way the fields have progressed. And in terms of cognition and things like that. But again, I don't want to be, I'm not arguing that more work should be done in non-human primates. I'm not making that argument. I think whenever possible, we should avoid the use of animal models. Always, right? Why injure or take a life when you potentially don't have to?
But when you say whenever possible.
Yeah, I mean, there are
That's-
cancer treatments that I doubt humans, unless they're dying and they're really at the end of life.
No, it's just saying. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Is whenever possible. Of course, I think everyone would say whenever possible.
Right.
Or most people.
Yeah, and in this country, we don't tend to have cat and dog research anymore, largely because of the advocacy groups.
Because we like them, because they're our pets.
Yeah.
But
And at the same time, the pig people,
yeah.
pig people tell me pigs are very sweet.
They do.
I don't know.
But,
I don't know.
we don't, they're not our pets, so we throw them under the bus. They're bacon.
And China's different. China treats, I think they treat this whole landscape of animal research very differently. They have a lot of researchers in Europe keep their primates in China because of the lower costs and do the work there. I mean, we're sort of going into the future of brain-machine interface and kind of where that is. And yes, China is really a kind of a hot seat
But
for
why
that.
why do we have to use animals? Why can't we just use humans that nobody likes, like, Klansmen or,
That's what I
guys
said.
who are on Epstein Island?
Well,
something like that. I mean, they're
So that's
human.
how they should settle the
Well,
Epstein.
of course, because they're human. It's going to be better research anyway.
Oh my goodness, those files. I couldn't help but go into those files, and I was able to find examples of people saying, you can find this there, saying, too bad we can't experiment on kids, or we should experiment on kids. It's in those files.
Experiment what on kids? What are you
They
talking
just are talking about wanting to do experiments on children.
Who is?
In the files. You
But
can see it
who?
there.
Which people?
Oh, okay, so
Bill Gates?
you really want to go down this,
Yeah,
this
I
rabbit
do.
hole?
I'm fucking
Okay.
curious.
All right, it's all on the DOJ site.
Okay, yeah.
So-
but what?
So here's what I think is,
Not Deepak.
no, I don't think so, no.
Oh, I think that's the worst. Because he always was like, oh, I'm the spiritual man. I'm the healer. I will tell you, you are part of the universe. Yeah, part of the universe that went to Epstein Island. And I mean, his shit just, I mean, I like him. He's been
I've
here
never
once.
met him. I've never met him.
Okay.
I'm proud to say I've never met him.
He's a sweet guy, but it was always a Halloween costume, and I'm not that sorry that the mask got torn off. I mean, it's just, look, I'm not a person who's big on, like people who say they're spiritual leaders anyway. So like, his thing was always, I was winking, and I always felt he was kind of winking back. Like, you and I both know I'm selling a book. Okay, like that kind of thing. And it's the same book, like 45 times.
Yeah, that's weird when people publish the same book over and over. That's just because, what is that?
It's because people want to be reaffirmed of what the sunken cost fallacy. You know what that is.
Sure.
That, like you say you believe the gypsy who's been telling you that to give all your money to this person, and you're already out $1 million. You can't turn back on it now, even though something in your mind is telling you this is not right. But it's sunken cost fallacy. You just keep going with it. I think that's what it
You're
is.
talking about the customers or the people who write these things?
The customers.
Yeah.
I mean, for the people who write them, it's just a gravy train. But for the customers, yes, it's like, the latest version of, yes, it's the same book over and over, but it's telling them, it's comforting to hear what you already think you know and believe and is helping you, even though there's probably a mountain of evidence that it's not. Or maybe it does, because the human mind is an amazing place that can convince itself of anything. And a lot of success in life, somebody once said it 1,000,000 years ago, if you think you're happy, you're happy. Are you happy
I am happy.
right now?
Yeah. I'm happy. I equate being peaceful and being happy very similar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why if you're not happy, then you have big fucking problems. I mean, you're doing well, you're well liked, you're popular, you're a huge success.
I mean,
you're
I have my
at the prime
internal
of life.
internal storms like anyone else, where I see things out in the world that frustrate me, but then I
Yeah.
remind myself I'm striving and I'm
Yes, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, I feel, between the top half of the country that is doing well, not the people who are working 3 jobs and paycheck to paycheck, but the ones who come up to me and say, Bill, what are we going to do?
Well, because
it's just a dissonance between like their world,
Yeah.
which is fucking awesome. And I look, even if your world is awesome, I'm not saying you're wrong to be worried about the state of the country. Absolutely. I'm in the boat with you there. I am. But I also don't lose sight of the fact that my own world, no, I'm not on the edge of madness every day. And maybe we'll get there, but we're not. So let's not pretend we are. Let's not pretend. What are we going to do? Go finish your dinner.
Well,
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, well, I think that the numbing out and the rage that the internet offers are incredibly intoxicating for people. I think, to go online is to either forget what you would otherwise be surrounded by.
It's what every algorithm is built on,
it
is it
is
not?
built on that.
It's
And I think
built on hate and rage and conflict.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Epstein files to me are an interesting.
Aren't groceries like twice as expensive now? I know that I'm paying quite a bit more for less. Not even the same. So just that right there can really, set the day for you. And there's people reporting that they're paying extremely high energy bills for nothing changing. Well, what did change was that was after they replaced their meter with a smart meter. And all of a sudden their energy bills skyrocketed. And I'm talking about a lot, from like $100, $200 to like $3,000. So that can have an effect on people. There always being some kind of next big thing to be politicized can wear at you. But even if you choose to opt out of, not wanting to listen to the news and be on social media, I spent 10 years doing that. It was great. But then it came out with Instagram Reels, and I'm like, ooh, I get to film myself?
I think people are going to be talking about this 100 years from now. I think it's going to be.
Wow,
because
really?
I think well, I'll say a couple things. First of all, I never met him, never interacted with him, never corresponded with him, and thrilled about that.
Makes two of us.
Yeah, great. Nice. Thank you. Once again, thank you.
We'll start our own club.
he had deep pause in the scientific community.
Yes.
And in media.
Every community.
In every community. I'm very happy to know that, no one at Stanford was taking money from him. That's great. Actually, I remember in 2017 when that case kind of first broke, and I'm in touch with our development, our fundraising office all the time, and I said, please tell me that he's not funding labs here. They said, no, he approached us. We gave him the cold shoulder. They vet very carefully, which is what MIT didn't do. It's what Harvard didn't do. It's what Columbia didn't do. I mean, I consider him a colleague only because he's in the field of neuroscience, right? But Richard Axel won the Nobel Prize for discovering the molecular basis of olfaction. He shared it with Linda Buck in 2004, and he had to step down as the director of the Columbia Neurosciences Institute today.
You got this off YouTube?
No, I got this off
I'm just...
So,
Don't take me so seriously.
Okay, well, I'll try not to.
You're gonna have to learn to sit here.
I mean, he was
a
pillar of our
sit here and take it. So Bill Maher wants to start a secret club with him and have him sit here and take it. Bill. He's caught in the Huberman Aura.
our field, and to learn that he was, buddy with Epstein for so many years. And,
Right.
and, I think that so here's one thing that's clear to me I'm not a psychologist, but I'm a human being with some degree of experience. And what I know is that if you're in touch with your gut sense, if you're around a guy like Epstein, you should want to get out of there. So the fact that people now I understand how some people were manipulated by him because they were too young or whatever to be able to.
Well, what about Palm Beach Pete? I'm just Palm Beach Pete, folks. Nothing to see here. You know me, Palm Beach Pete. Yeah, I guess I have been to a couple of his parties, but I'm not Epstein, no. I'm Palm Beach Pete. Yes, I guess Epstein does have a home in Palm Beach. And I was at one of his parties, but no, I'm not Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete.
Navigate that. But why anyone, especially these supposed high IQ folks, would actively seek him out and try to, embed themselves in his
Well, I can
world?
answer that question.
Omnipotence.
But
Yeah, to work on gene editing and having babies and cloning things. That's why Epstein could fund these people's research. He said, "Hey, you wanna work on the cutting edge of technology? I'll fund you. You just do your research and allow us to be able to use your research and what you discovered."
before I do,
Mhm.
who are you going to tell me about?
Richard Axel.
Is that who you were talking
Oh,
about?
before.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that wasn't what I was going to tell you about.
Well, tell me.
Okay, so I've looked at this thing very carefully now because you and I are in the business of media. So here's the question that I think has not been explored thoroughly enough. Why is it that in 2008, Epstein was convicted, then comes back to New York? I mean, he's still traveling all over the place, and people continue to engage with this guy. Like, people seek him out. People are taking funding from him. And yes, I got it. He wore the Harvard sweatshirt, which doesn't mean shit at all, by
No,
the way. Anyone can buy that anywhere.
I can tell you why.
Why?
He's a pimp. I can't believe I have to explain this to everybody. He's a pimp, okay? There are people in this world, a lot of them, who are very achievement-oriented, shall we say, and successful in their field, which is either science or finance, who have zero clue how to get a female human into bed.
Oh, so you think these guys
Huberman,
were just too dweeby to get laid?
Correct. He's a guy, like any pimp, who can just get, well, I don't know what it is. I don't possess it. I don't want to possess it. It's horrible if you do it. But he could get all these women, and you look at the emails. It's in the emails.
I mean, some of them
They
were
were saying
certifiably dweeby.
Well,
guys.
they're saying things like, Richard Branson, hope I get to see you again, but, only if you're going to bring your harem.
So it's what he brought with him. I accept your hypothesis, but may I do a yes and? If
Yes,
improv,
please.
yes and?
Yeah, or you can disagree.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before publicly, actually, a couple years ago, before any of this popped. I was on Rogan, and we were talking about why scientists cozied up to Epstein, and he provided, either directly or by being the rabbi in certain introductions, enormous amounts of funding to certain places. Like, they're in the files, right? I mean, I'm not trying to dodge a lawsuit here. I mean, the Columbia Neuroscience Institute was not funded by Epstein, but there's a lot of record of sort of joint meetings around that, and people in the leadership from Columbia meeting with Epstein and the people who eventually gave the money. So here's the part that I don't know. Maybe I'm just too West Coast to understand this. But But here's the thing.
What's that?
Well, it's just, you know, this is a very New York story when you really think about it. He had the biggest real estate footprint. He had all, you know, an island and all the shit. Like, honestly, like I grew up in the South Bay. I'm impressed by people that
I'm a
have
New
discovered
Yorker.
things and done things and, you know, creatives and things like that. Like, I get it. I understand Manhattan, where your real estate is, how big the real estate is. But for people to, otherwise intelligent people, to blow past their understanding of his crimes, because that's what they were, against minors. Wait, hold on. This means something. I know, let's just take the example of the person who's not there for the women, who's there for the money. Because a lot of people made a lot of money for their pet projects, their research projects, their technology projects. I mean, the list of people that's in there, it doesn't look to me like they were all with him so they could, you know, get access to women. They wanted money. And I think what he offered
Yeah, good
people
call,
was a
Fisk.
sense of omnipotence.
Yep.
He has an island that's separate. It was like a level above the level that he offered other
Yeah.
people that turned out to be the level below everything.
Yeah, and there's his tell right there. Anytime he's like, yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? So, yeah, with Maher thinking that Epstein was just a pimp. He's just a pimp. He just wants people to get laid. Yeah, what's the harm? No, Bill, that's you're missing the point. And looks like it's the points in your red shoes. He's a red shoe guy.
Else. And we're somehow shocked now that this happened. But I do think from 2010, this is what I was emphasizing before, from 2010 or so, until he was eventually arrested again and was standing trial before he was killed. It's so obvious he was killed and didn't kill himself. He was trying to be a member of the scientific community. I mean, there are interviews in there. He had a staff. He hired people. The guy who he hired, you want something interesting? The guy who he hired to redo his web presence, to kind of bury his sex offender status, was a guy named Al Seckel. I know because he came from the science community. He wasn't a neuroscientist, kind of a failed scientist. He ended up marrying Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. Guess what happened to Al Seckel in 2015? Found at the bottom of a cliff in France. No one knows what happened. Wild, right? The woman that eventually came out against Prince Andrew, right? Virginia Giuffre,
Killed herself.
said at some point, if I die, it's not suicide. And then, quote unquote, killed herself. There are a lot of people that apparently off themselves or allegedly off themselves around this. And one of them was the guy who was in charge of his rebrand. Okay? So I completely agree with you. There were people that were
But
dweeby.
that's a different issue.
It's a different
which
issue.
I do not disagree with you.
No, I think these are yes ands. These are yes
Yeah,
ands.
it very well could be that these deaths are legitimately suspicious.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have a lot to hide from.
Yeah.
But to the essential question, it's that no matter how big the big head is, you're right, some of the smartest people in the world, no matter how big the big head is, it's the little head that is going to this is the oldest maxim about men in history. You're thinking with the wrong head, and they will always do that.
But
It's
to the
so-
point
it's
of
so
the point of
lizard
the part that
brain.
makes no sense to me is overlooking whatever, but not to the point of overlooking the fact that he was a pedophile. It wasn't that he was caught with a
That's
prostitute.
morals. You think they fucking care about morals?
I guess I
First of all, they were able to justify it because when he came out of that, what they said, what they put out there, was that she was like
Huberman's really kind of pulling out some truth in Bill Maher here.
months below the legal age.
That's what was online, but that's not true.
Okay, but that's enough for them to believe.
Which is exactly the
enough
point.
for them to
Exactly.
tell themselves.
So Huberman here is basically revealing that Bill Maher's a PDF file protector. He's not really calling out. I mean, he kind of did, but he's like, I mean, what's the point? Big deal.
themselves, I'm not really engaging with a true pedophile.
But how could they tell themselves that? I would argue it was his web presence, which was very orchestrated, right? To make him seem like a rich guy who had gotten into some trouble, came back to you. He had people actively working to build that persona. I've spent some time in his files, and I'll tell you, if his representation online had been closer to the reality, maybe I'm naive, but I like to think it would have been harder for him to pull so many people around him as layers of protection.
I would totally agree with that.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Yeah, we're in agreement, but
But what about the other folks around him, like that visited his island, that clearly do not fall into the category that you're talking about? I can't wrap my head around that.
Like who?
Well, I mean, Clinton supposedly spent time with him.
You gotta be kidding.
He supposedly spent time with him, right?
Who would ever think of him as
but he's not a dweeb, right?
No, but
or let's say
okay.
All right, as long as we're coming up with examples, I mean, we've got to be really careful here.
I just think
some of the folks that sat down to dinners with him, right? Like, you couldn't pay me enough money to have a dinner with a guy where I had knowledge of that. Listen, I'm far from perfect. I'm not arguing that I'm perfect. I'm not trying to draw a distinction. And sure, I have
no one says you're perfect.
Right. I certainly am. I'm replete with flaws.
No one has
Actually,
been
for
saying,
years.
No one has been saying.
Bill Maher has been saying that. He's been saying that the whole time. No, actually, I've even been saying that. No, you ain't perfect. You think you are, but you ain't. You ain't ever gonna be a clip virgin.
Years I said I'm replete with flaws. The problem is,
I like you, but
the
no
problem is
saying
no one
you're
understood what replete meant.
No one's saying you're perfect.
So I'm certain, but
okay,
I just don't see a world where people who are otherwise intelligent don't have this issue with not being able to get laid, as you refer to it, are sitting down with somebody who's a convicted criminal for something like that. I mean, pedophiles get killed in prison. I mean, Epstein killed himself. We know that. But other criminals kill pedophiles.
Dude, I explained it to you.
There you go. Exactly. So this is how. So finally, getting some people really. Saying it out loud now, like, hey, this is not cool. Okay, this is very disturbing, actually. So, you want to know how to clean up Hollywood? Gotta let the criminals do their thing. Because if the criminals are the ones who kill pedophiles, time to clean house. Jelly roll.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to get it,
I get it. I get it. I guess maybe
I'm telling you that is exactly what it is.
All right.
That is exactly.
I trust your judgment.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
The urge in men like that, these nerdy guys who are like, I created 8 big companies, and I've made $300 million last week, and no girl cares.
But some of these guys seem pretty happily married.
Except for the money.
Beautiful women. Like some of the big tech giants are very happily married.
Yes.
Zuck seems happily married. I mean, Bezos is now happily married. I mean,
Bezos is newly married, and I agree.
Elon doesn't. It seems to have, he's got a lot of baby mamas.
Elon is on.
I guess he's doing the same thing that Epstein was doing, impregnating a bunch of incubators.
On the emails, first he totally denied it, and he's caught being a huge liar. That's who Elon is in the emails. He's caught being a huge liar who said to the world, oh yeah, he tried to get me on his island and I was not interested. And then the email says, when can I get there? What night is the wildest party? You didn't see that one?
I missed that one.
I guess we read different emails.
I guess we read different.
Well, I mean,
I was spending time trying to understand the sort of trajectory of this as it related to the academic and scientific community and his media presence. But
people like that who have access to do anything tend to do it. My friend has this theory about shark soup. you know, you're not supposed to have it. It's endangered, the sharks, but they make soup, and it's not supposed to be really
He's
good.
defending
but
pedophiles.
You know what? I can get it, and other people can't.
Wait, but I
mean,
thought you're PETA. You're PETA.
I
You
am.
said-
I'm
okay.
not
Oh.
supporting
Oh,
this.
okay,
I'm
okay.
just saying
Clear.
people.
Okay.
That's what people. They just.
No, he's
the
pedo.
point is that it's forbidden
Allegedly.
fruit.
Well-
And I'm a special person, so I'll indulge in that. But I'm saying the essence of this. They think of themselves, and they are so special in this many other ways, and yet in this fundamental human need. I mean, not to always be picking on Bill Gates, but obviously it was a sexless, passionless marriage at some point. Maybe not in the beginning. Most marriages become that. I know, horrible thing to say, but it's true. And at that point,
Oh, and to think about Bill Gates being passionate with Mrs. Gates. At one time that they were rolling around in bed, and Bill Maher likes to think of Bill Gates being passionate.
men are just living lives of quiet desperation. You know,
But men who cheat, and I'm not condoning cheating, or women who cheat, certainly not condoning cheating in either direction. They don't have to cheat with minors.
No,
I mean, that's the part that makes no fucking sense.
I don't think these guys were cheating with minors. I think Epstein had the minors. I think he introduced them to women who were masseuses or
You think he was blackmailing them and keeping files on them?
that too, probably, yes.
There's this thing about the
Even if
tiger
he
with the
didn't-
camera eyes and all
Even
that
if he
shit.
didn't have it documented, they knew he knew.
All right. Can I, before we close,
Listen,
do we have to close on this? We're going to close on this?
No, I just want to say, I know there's a lot of, everybody wants you because you bring a lot.
Oh my God, everyone wants you. And he's touching him now. It's like getting in a position of proposing to Huberman.
Of ratings, so it meant a lot to me that
really?
you would
Thank
come here, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, I'm delighted. I'm
And
always happy.
There's a million things I was wanting to ask you about my own health, but you know,
Well, I always learn from you, and seriously,
I appreciate it.
I really enjoy our conversations.
Oh,
and
well, come back anytime.
I would love to.
Okay.
I'll tell you one thing about cannabis before we wrap. It's likely being rescheduled or has been rescheduled
I know.
to Schedule 3, which means, I was told this today, which means that now it can be explored more thoroughly for potential therapeutic uses.
I've been exploring it for 45 years, and I'm telling you, it's fantastic. It doesn't. I mean, it's. Do you think?
Unless someone has a predisposition to psychosis, in which case it can be very dangerous.
Oh.
Yahtzee. Oh yeah. You know, that's when it gets fun. Why? You just want to be like, yeah, man, far out. No, you want to be like, whoa, wait. You mean to tell me that there's like these little sprites everywhere, kind of cascading reality through everything I say? Oh. Yeah. You got to be having like mental breakdowns to really, yeah, feel alive.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yes, unless. I mean, do you think smoking like a joint every few days is gonna really hurt me? I mean,
You? No. The kid with a predisposition to schizophrenia? Yes.
Okay, well, okay, I'll keep it away from him.
Club Random.
All right, well, there's a little bit of Club Random. We always enjoy the Club Random nights. Even though we don't necessarily agree with what's being said or even a bit of the culture, okay? But it is entertaining. So thank you for joining us at Clip Virgin. This will conclude our live stream. We had an amazing time, folks. Thank you so much for joining. I got a whole, rap to this. Club random. No, I'm not going to do it. Don't want to do it. Put your own rap to this. Thank you, folks. We got a lot more in store. Thanks for hanging out, Jesus Weedman. Appreciate it. See you again. Thank you, Wizard and Lulu and Fisk. Had a blast. Thank you, Lulu. Appreciate it.